So, couple of months ago, doesn't matter. On one of the previous streams, I was asked two questions. Not on the same stream, but also doesn't matter. The first question was, what is your favorite aircraft to fly? And I didn't really have an answer for that. I think I said like the A319 or something like that, but I didn't really have a solid answer. None of them were particularly my favorite, but I now have an answer, 100%. And that's what we're checking out today. The second question, I can't remember. I'll come back to that later. But that doesn't matter either. Oh yes, no, I do remember. The second question was, are you ever going to do longer flights on stream? Because up until now, all of our streams have been around 2 hours or so, because I pick a flight there where we don't spend too much time in the cruise. And that was exactly my answer, is that for now, we're going to not really do streams that are, or flights that are much longer than 2 hours, because during the cruise, I just sit there. There's not really a whole lot to do. We can have a look at some of the stats and stuff like that, but there isn't much flying to do during the cruise stages. However, today's flight is going to be 4.5 hours long. I literally changed my mind in like a week, and it's because of this aircraft. So this, ladies and gentlemen, this is it's the Concorde. This is the Colimata Concorde for X-Plane 11, and it is an absolute beast. Check it out. The reason why I don't mind doing longer streams on this aircraft is because you never ever stop working. Even during the cruise, there's lots of things that I have to do. So it's not going to just be a case of sitting and watching the flight instruments through the cruise. We're going to be programming waypoints. We're going to be updating our INS. We've got to constantly keep flying the aircraft, which which means we can do longer streams. So I'm super keen for that. But this aircraft is something else. This is going to be my third flight in the aircraft, so expect a couple of mishaps, probably, especially on the landing. So interesting things about this plane. It has afterburners, first of all, on a commercial aircraft. It's mental. It cruises at twice the speed of sound. It flies at 60,000 feet instead of the normal, maximum 40,000 feet that we do normally. We're going all the way up to 60,000 feet, and we're going twice the speed of sound. What makes it so difficult to land is this crazy delta wing and the fact that it has no flaps. So we're going to come in at a mental angle of attack, which means we're going to kind of come flying in like that to land. And the angle of attack is so hectic on landing that you'll see we actually droop the nose so that we can see, because otherwise, because we're kind of going to be looking out at an angle like that, if the nose stays up you can't see anything, so the nose actually comes down for takeoff and landing so that we can see in front of us. So this is going to be intense. This aircraft is a handful, I'm not going to lie. It is not easy to fly, and we've got to constantly be on top of it. Anyway, so without wasting any more time, let's jump in and get started. Now, I don't have a checklist, a paper checklist like I normally do, because I'm using the built-in checklists that we have from the mod itself, which is really cool. So we should be back to prelim. That's where we're going to start off. Okay, but before we do all of that, let's just set up our payload and all of that. So we're going to go, and I'm still learning this, so flight prep, payload manager. So we want to take, we'll do 99 passengers is cool, and we're going to do a full load of payload of cargo, which is, I believe, normal, not 100% sure. Right, then we want to be able to cover, we're going to push this up to probably around 93 tons. So we're going to extend our cruise value. Yeah, 94 tons, 3,600 miles. That should be about perfect. Okay, so let's go and apply that. The aircraft's going to jump around a little bit, but that's all right. Cool, there we go. Right, then we can also come back here, and what I need to do is, let's get all of our ground equipment. So we need the GPU. We'll open up the aircraft, the engine doors, just because it looks cool, and we'll add in all of the stuff so we can have a look at it, because it is quite nice. We won't put the replacement engine because that'll scare everyone. We don't need a new engine, our engines are fine. And we'll open up these doors as well, just so that we can jump outside and have a look at the ground vehicles that come with the add-on, which is pretty sick. So we've got our catering, fuel, our aircon truck is underneath there, more catering with this interesting, like the little extension platform that goes over the wing at the back there. What's up, Badger? How's it going? Thanks for tuning in. Comes over the wing actually to sort out our catering. Fuel truck again on this side, and our stairs. So all of that is part of the add-on, which is pretty cool, and we control that from our little GUI inside the aircraft. Okay, so let's bring that checklist back up and actually start setting things up. And this is where it already starts getting intense, because this is an old school aircraft. So not only do we have the pilot and the co-pilot, but we also have the flight engineer station, which we need to be managing ourselves throughout this flight. So that's fairly intimidating in itself. But I sort of learned where things are. I'm definitely going to forget one or two things, but I have a good idea of where to find things. So let's get cracking. So the first thing we need to do, technical logs are done, ground power, we've got the GPU connected. So let's go batteries on, and it will start coming to life. Like so. Push the red button. I'm fairly certain we will push a red button at some point, but not right now. So we've got our batteries online. Okay, so now we have to do all this in order as well, otherwise it doesn't work nicely. So equipment bay cooling can all come to auto and normal, and that will extinguish a lot of those warning lights. We then need to turn on our drain master switches, which are up here, and that will get rid of those warning lights. Right, then the most ridiculous little switch in any aircraft ever. I mean, it's not the developer's problem, it's just this is where it is in the aircraft, is our oxygen. So we need to flip this up and turn that to on. Right, so now we have oxygen for the flight. Okay, now is where things start to get a little bit more complicated. So normally, when we program our route, we jump into the FMC, it's just a little computer, and we program everything in, and the plane listens to the computer and does everything that we need for us. This has a computer, I guess it's a type of computer, but it's a very old school, just INS, inertial navigation system. Now, the one in the plane is still being developed. This aircraft isn't 100% finished yet. So, we are using a third-party SIVA INS system, and we can bring that up. And that's basically our FMS for this aircraft. So, this should actually be off. And let me just double check that the INS system on the plane, those are all off. Okay, that's perfect. So now we can bring it to standby. Right. This is what is going to control where we actually fly. This is our routing system. And that's it. There's no fancy displays, nothing crazy like that. This is all you get. So, let me bring up the next thing that you guys need to be able to see. So I'm going to have to tweak this here in OBS. And this is something I made earlier. Right, so let me just add a capture in OBS. Yeah, this doesn't need to be crazy big. Let's put it over here. And let's... Right, so this is our waypoint information, which we've got to dial in to our INS. So the first thing, we are at Dakar, which is GUI, I guess you could say. We need to put in our alignment information. We're at gate J11. And these are the coordinates for that gate. So that tells the plane, well, tells the INS system where the hell we actually are, so it can calibrate itself. So we're going to go to waypoint 0. And let's... I'm going to use the keyboard. I'm not going to click on here. It just takes too long. So we're going to go north. Oh, before I do this, I need to be on waypoint mode. There we go. So we're going to go north, and we are 14444, and west 17292. Right, so that is our first point entered on waypoint 0. We can now put this into align mode, and this green nav light will illuminate once the system has fully aligned and calibrated and the aircraft knows where it is. The other thing we need to do is the same on the aircraft's 3 INS systems, so that it also knows where it is. So let's go align on 1, align on 2, align on 3, and we'll see the white lights start flashing. Once they turn green, then our INS system is aligned, and we are ready to go. So Badger says, will invisible planes ever be a thing? I just can't see them taking off. Well, if you count stealth, then they already exist, and they have for many years. They're not invisible to people's eyes, but they're invisible essentially to radar. So I guess my answer would have to be yes. I just can't see them taking off. That's terrible. Oh wow. Okay, what's next? So our three INS systems are busy aligning. So we can turn on our air data computers, which are here. Those can both come on. Emergency equipment is all checked, and we can turn on no smoking and fasten seatbelts, and we'll also turn on the nav lights. The other thing, my favorite thing to forget, let's actually go down to this view, is our squawk code. So we'll go on 3, 2, 4. Much prefer this system where you have a separate knob for each one. But really, as you guys know, I don't like the system in the 737. I find this a lot easier to use. What I'm going to do is let's hide that for the time being, because we don't need to see that until we start entering more waypoints. Okay, let's go on to the next section. So before engine start, so basically while the INS is busy aligning, which is going to take a while, I think it takes about 8 minutes. It's alive. Yes, Warren, I'm alive. I'm just I'm here doing well, this is not a game. I'm doing actual simulation, you know, putting my mind to good use, learning all these interesting systems instead of clicking 1,000 times on the map and getting angry. So I'm still alive, just got better things to do with my time. Let's put it that way. Have they changed the whole map and added 5 new heroes or anything crazy recently? But I don't have time for that. Okay. Master CVs. Can you actually fly a plane? Well, we're gonna find out. So not only are we flying a plane, we're flying Concorde. There is a squirrel now. Oh yeah, no, I'm better in this at Dota, don't worry. Well, you've caught me on literally the 3rd time I'm flying the most complicated airliner ever. So we'll see how it goes. Probably gonna mess up the landing, but we'll do our best. There's a squirrel. That sounds interesting. Right, so master circuit breakers all on. Cockpit prep and security is done. Oxygen, we turned that on. Windows are closed. Flight control inverters, those are on. So are our augmentation systems. Our anti-stall systems can both come on. Radio INS system set to radio, and our instrument transfer switches are all set to the captain's side. Do you have to fly it like real time? Absolutely, but because this is Concorde, we fly at twice the speed of sound. So going all the way from Senegal down to Cape Town is only going to take us about 4 hours. But yeah, I'm going to be here for 4 hours. So yes. Right. Altimeters. Let's get our QNH for Senegal. So we have, oh, it's standard, okay, 1013, like so, and we'll set that on the co-pilot side as well for good measure. Cool, QNH set. Sorry, having Warren in your chat must be an all-time low. He's been alright so far. Are you guys all on TeamSpeak together and watching my stream? Okay, I'm so glad you said that, Warren, because that's what I was talking about earlier. Is normally I do much shorter flights, but because this aircraft is so complicated and it doesn't have any of the fancy technology that we have now. I mean, if you jump in a 737 or a 747 now, once you turn on the autopilot and you pass, 10,000 feet, there's literally nothing to do until you have to land. But in this, there's a lot to do. So during the entire flight, we're going to have to keep entering waypoints. So it can only, your newer aircraft can store as many waypoints as you like. This old system can only store 9 at a time. It does have an autopilot. So no, we do get to use the autopilot, but it's not fully automatic like newer aircraft. We have to keep telling it to do things. Also, our old school radio-based, or our old school INS system has to be updated via radio. So we have to constantly tune to different frequencies, keep updating the position. So our aircraft actually knows where it is. You can't send pictures on YouTube, thank God. Right, what was I trying to do? Okay, So we have altimeters, we'll turn on our nav radios, brakes, park checked. And let's check the pressure. That is good. Nav lights are on, throttle masters set to main check. Ground hydraulics, yellow yellow, and both off. Then we'll go fuel heaters, auto. And we are doing an afterburn or reheat takeoff. So we'll go air doors auto and recirc valves all shut. No wonder these used to crash so much. They didn't crash a lot. There was only one crash, but it was just very bad. So the reason the Concorde was actually discontinued is just because it burns so much fuel. So we are going to burn about 85 tons. Yeah, 85 tons. We'll burn about 85 tons of fuel in our 4-hour flight. Don't you have a co-pilot? No, I don't have any friends. If one of you gets X-Plane, spends 800 bucks on X-Plane and spends another 800 bucks on this aircraft, and then spends like 400 bucks on the connection software, then you can be my co-pilot. How about that? More exciting than Dota. Where are the flight attendants? They're in the back generally. They, you know, this side. See, they go in that side, but we don't look at them. This is for the special people up at the pointy end here. Right, so take off with reheat. We've done. Auto batteries are on. Okay, the INS system should be pretty close to done, which it is. Pretty green. Seems like a lot to learn. It is a hell of a lot. This is, like I said, this is the most intense airliner I've ever flown. There's so much, but in reality, this is a whole separate person. So I'm kind of learning the job of two people here, but it makes it interesting. Right. Let's program our waypoints. So you said, what do we do during the cruise for 4 hours? This is basically what we're going to be doing, because we can only store up to 9 waypoints, and we store them as coordinates. Waypoint 0 doesn't count because it is the alignment waypoint, so that's our default starting position. So we should actually check to see that matches where we are, and it's 1 or 2 decimals off, which is not a big deal. That's actually perfectly fine. Right. Let's go to waypoint 1. So if the pilot passed out in a 737, you could fly it. Yeah, probably could. I wouldn't manually land it because obviously I don't have the feel for flying an actual aircraft, but I'd set up the auto land system and let it do that, and I'd have no issues. I'm fully confident. What happened to the Boeing and the 4A small? Been there for ages now. I have absolutely no idea. Just because I like flying doesn't mean I know everything about every aircraft in the world. I have seen the Boeing and 4A small though, but I don't know. Weren't they were trying to turn it into some sort of, was it a restaurant or a shop or something? I don't know. Right. Now that our nav systems are aligned, we can go and turn all of these to the nav position 1, 2, and 3. And now we will put in our waypoints. Right, so waypoint 1 is north 1358 1 and west 18000. Why is that not updating? Come on. Okay, 18123. Are you going to try get a pilot's license one day? Yes, one day when I have monies, because it's very expensive. Okay, waypoint 2, we'll go north 1300, west 18000. Waypoint 3. It's exciting, isn't it? Monies or a blesser. I mean, if you're offering. Yeah, 950. West 1606 decimal 1. So we'll put in our first 9 waypoints, and as we fly we will have to update these as we go. Okay, so that's where we entered the Roberts FAOR. So if we were flying with air traffic control, we would contact Roberts at that point. Waypoint 4 is north 800 and west 1500. Waypoint 5. This is where we enter Dakar's FAOR. This is something we need to make note of, but we'll check that as we go. And that is north 5343 and west 1316 6 100 1000 and then west 10007. So it's just so interesting to me that this is actually how they used to fly the Concorde. So they used to sit there with this little keypad and type in every single waypoint coordinates one at a time. So I'm doing 7 now, which is our Accra FAR. So we are not north anymore, we are now south. 8480, and we're still west, right? Yeah, west 3000. Waypoint 8, we enter Luanda's FIR. South again, 9226. When you win a game, but you shouldn't to play it. Yeah, welcome to the world of simulators. Right, which one was I on now? So I'm on 8. And we are west 42 2. Cool, last one that we can enter for now is waypoint 9, and that is south 13000. And now we are east 0. Perfect. So let's go back to waypoint 1, and we will make sure that we are actually flying from waypoint 0 to waypoint 1, like so, with our waypoint change. One cyberpunk, my 2 GB almost burnt out just thinking about it. I don't know, did you enjoy Cyberpunk? It's not my type of game. We played it on the 404 stream, and I thought it was the most boring thing I've ever seen. I mean, I say that, and I'm typing coordinates into a box on a screen, but yeah, obviously I'm a little bit different to most people. Okay, we have entered our routing in for now. It'll be fun if you crash. There's a distinct possibility of me crashing, but you'll have to wait until the end of the 4 hours to see if that happens. Because on the takeoff, I mean, now that I'm saying this, I'm probably going to crash on takeoff, but on takeoff, I should be fine. Landing this thing is really, really difficult. I've done 3 landings just to practice. I didn't crash on any of them, but I did bounce quite significantly. Right. Which button places the wards? I mean, we could turn on all the lights. It's like placing wards, I suppose. So all of those buttons. Now you see all of our lights come on. We just blind those poor people in the terminal. Shame. Right. Okay, our coordinates are in, but the next thing we need to do is enter our first set of DME update VORs. So in order to update our INS system and let it know where the hell we are, we need a VOR station with, well, that's between 20 nautical miles and 200. We need its coordinates, and we need its frequency, and we need its altitude. So I have conveniently set those up for us. So let's go into DME update mode. And number 1 is BIS, which is 114.3. So we'll set that on nav 1, and its coordinates are north 11551, west 15384, and then we'll enter the altitude and we round to the closest 1000, so 586. That means we will go up to 1 and enter that. Right, so that is now set up, and it's exactly 200 miles. So once we take off and we start heading that way, we will be able to do our DME update. I can't take you seriously with no hat on. I mean, I can wear a hat. I just have to go get one. It's just a bit weird to wear a hat with headphones. See, I don't get sunburn inside my room, so I don't need to wear a hat. Right, so our INS system is aligned all the way to level 1, which is fantastic news. Okay, let's continue. Right, so these things we can't actually set yet in the aircraft because they still haven't programmed them. So we can't set our speed bugs, but we can set our pitch index. So we want 13.5 degrees, which is there. Twas foretold. Well, I don't know why, but you see, and I'm gonna say this and just gonna make you do it more, but YouTube, every time you put more than 2 emojis, I have to manually allow you to post that comment, and I don't know how to stop that because I definitely turned it off. Who are the other 2 people watching? I have no idea. Kelly's not here at the moment, I don't think, because she normally says hello. My mom's definitely not watching my stream, so I don't know who the other 2 people are. Just fans, I guess. Right, what was I trying to do? Okay, so pitch index set, fuel flow bugs we can't move yet, clock set to chrono but it doesn't actually do anything yet, throttle lever indices we can't change, briefing is not stated but we'll do that in a moment, load sheets checked, we've done all of that, we've set weights, load limits, takeoff data, start clearance we obtained. Yeah, she normally does, she'll just leave it on in the background while she's doing more important things. I mean, that's the plan. Right. Takeoff, start clearance we've done. Door lights we haven't. Oh, we actually do need to do something for that. So let's go and get rid of all of this, since all of our people should be on board. And we'll leave the GPU connected. Master warning, we need to test. Okay, here comes all the various random horns that we get in the aircraft. Obviously not. Okay, oh no, I clicked the wrong button, baddie. That last one's quite sick. Okay, master caution, test. Complete, anti-collision lights set to on. Check. Then we can go throttles idle, check engine feed pumps for all the engines. Before we do that, let's go and
run to cockpit. Please show me where you want to go.
That's exactly where we want to go.
Tow is driving up.
Okay, so we'll get our pushback tug. We can turn on all the engine feeds. 3 pumps per engine, and we have 4 engines. Right, no yellow lights. Set. Clearance to start is obtained. Is there a specific siren we should know about because it means imminent death? Basically, while I'm taking off or landing, any sirens, bings, bongs, pings are all bad. There shouldn't be any noises, except for one when we first start the takeoff, which is letting us know that we've released the parking brake. But we'll hear that in a moment when we release the parking brake. So other than that, once we start moving, there shouldn't be any noises.
Okay, all doors and hatches are closed, ready to connect.
Okay, now we'll let him wait. Do you have a joystick thing? Not the one you've shown me though. Yes, I do. I have a Logitech Extreme something or other. 3D something. It's here next to me. But yes, I do have a joystick. Right. Now, normally we start our engines while we are pushing back, but on the Concorde we do not. We start engines 2 and 3 before we push back. So let's just check that all that is off. Right, so cross bleeds can all come on. Bleed air for each engine come on, and the conditions must all be off. I think that's all we need to set. Right. Oh yes, we don't need to devo because we have been off longer than 4 hours. So we do normal start. So we'll go engine 3. Crank. I used to play Flight Simulator way back, and I had a Logitech with feedback that cost me basically my life savings. Yeah, you see, I go for this cheaper Logitech, and I just wait for it to die, and I generally buy like 2 a year because they don't last very long. But yeah, otherwise if you go anything crazy, they're super expensive. I don't know, I've just been using, this is like my 7th one. I've been using it for many years, this model, and I really like it, so I've just stuck with it. Okay, we're going to hear some bings and bongs and tones and whatever you want to call them now as our engine powers up to 40% and stabilizes at 67. There's the first one. Aaron can be your co-pilot. Every man gets to know his joystick well. That is true. Right, there's 67% on our engine 3, which means we can come over here and do a whole bunch of things. So first we need to turn on the air conditioner, or the condition valve, sorry. We will turn off the bleeds and the cross bleeds. That means we can power up hydraulic system 3, which is the blue system, well, half of the blue system. We can also turn on generator 3, so we are getting power from the aircraft. Fantastic. Same thing with engine 2. Why do you sound so clear here, but on Dota it's like you're talking through a cloth? That's because, let me show you, because for the stream I'm using this microphone, and for Dota I use this piece of junk. Hello Jason, welcome back. Yeah, I see there. See, Jason's also a sound guy, so he knows. Right, we need to introduce the high pressure valve, engine 2, and we'll watch it rise to 67%. Do they let you fly if you have glasses? Yes. It depends on why you have glasses, but generally, yeah. Long ago, no. Oh, also, I forgot to get rid of this thing. But now, yes, you can fly if you have... It depends on why you wear glasses. There's a couple of... like if you really can't see anything in very specific situations, then no. Not anymore. You just... obviously, it's like driving. It's a little bit more strict than driving, but I mean, if you have glasses, you can drive. It's the same kind of concept. So yes, you can fly with glasses, and a lot of pilots actually do have glasses. Right, let's turn these off. Let's turn that off. Let's go hydraulic system 2 on. We'll go generator 2 on. That means we now have enough power to bring the nose down. So visor down and nose 5 degrees. Right, we have engines 2 and 3 started. That's why the Maxes fell out of the air. No, that was because of the MCAS system, which I've explained more than once on my stream. It had nothing to do with the pilots or wearing glasses or anything like that. Yes, you can't be colorblind if you want to be a pilot. That is true. Welcome to the stream. Right, what were we doing? Okay, now that we have engines 2 and 3 powered, we are under our own power, so we can push back. But before we do that, let's not forget to disconnect the GPU. Yeah, you can't be colorblind because all of these different colors mean different things, so you need to be able to tell the difference between the different systems. Obviously green and red, very important. If any of these gauges are in the red, that is a problem. So yeah, colorblind is an issue. Me and Dave basically blowing you up. It's much appreciated. You guys are awesome. Almost crashed the 737 the other day. That is not correct. How did we almost crash? Right, let's release the parking brake.
Starting pushback, and you may start engines.
When did I almost crash? No, we didn't almost crash. We just almost starved the passengers of oxygen. So, I mean, the plane was fine. Right, now that we're pushing back, let's go and start the other engines. So let's do engine 1. And we're looking for 12% N2. Which is there, high pressure valve on. And no, I was not flying over the US, we were flying somewhere in South Africa. I think we were doing East London to Durban, or East London, Joburg, something like that. Okay, there's 25%, so we're waiting for 67. Just messed water all over my shirt, it's a classic. Okay, we can actually keep this off for a little bit. Why East London? I don't know. I like East London. It's an interesting airport to fly, especially into, because it's got such a short runway and you always feel like you're going to go off the end. Even in a 737. Right, that engine is powered up, so we will go cross bleeds off, we'll turn on the aircon, which we forgot to do for engine 2. And hydraulic 1, generator 1, check. And a 737 pretty much flies itself. It was flying fine. It just, it wasn't pressurizing the cabin, so the passengers kind of ran out of oxygen. But they didn't though, because the plane's very smart and it warned us of that happening and we sorted it out before it became an issue. Because your #1 fan comes from there, and it's 100%, it's because I also come from there. But yeah. No, I don't have a wife there. My wife is here. Why is he flying? I'm flying from Senegal. At the moment, we are departing Dakar in a few minutes. The reason is because I started in London Heathrow because this is a British Airways Concorde and it doesn't have the range to fly all the way to Cape Town non-stop. Okay, there's our pushback stopping. Right, that's now ready, so we can introduce the high pressure valve on engine 4. Area codes. Yeah, so we can't fly all the way from Cape Town, all the way to Cape Town from Heathrow on the Concorde, so we're making a stop halfway through. And Senegal seemed like the logical place because Air France actually used to operate their Concordes into Senegal. Right, N2 coming up. Let's bring up our checklist.
So we disconnected and make the spin has been removed and signal of the left. We'll see you next time and have a safe flight.
Okay, so we'll watch him. For the hand signal. Oh yeah, and if you see that little like stutter, that's because of a bug in the new version. Well, actually it's not the new version of this aircraft, it's actually that Siva plugin, but there is our hand signal, so we are ready to go. We're at 67%. But yeah, that's a bug that we can't fix at the moment, so hopefully that gets sorted out at some point. Right, now that we've done that, let's bring the checklist up and go to the next one. Right, we need to ground bypass our electrical, like so. Our SSB needs to be closed. Then galley generators and water heaters can come on, so the flight attendants can do cooking, I guess, and heat water. With the lockdown, the EL wife has probably moved on by now. Right, I'm done with you guys. Okay. The other things we need to do is taxi lights. Right, we've done all of that. We've done pushback. We've set the visor, flight controls, deflection. So we'll go full left, full right, full up, full down, and we'll check rudders. That's all good. Okay, before taxi, engines 1, 2, and 3, and 4. All running, nose wheel steering is checked. We've set our AFCS, we haven't set our trim, so we'll ask our engineer to trim for takeoff. So this aircraft, we actually we move fuel around, so I can bring that up and show you. It's actually quite interesting. So we have all these fuel tanks around the place, and in order to adjust the center of gravity for the different stages of flight, they actually pumped fuel around. So you'll see we've pumped as much fuel as we can into this tail tank. That gives us, you know, a bit of weight at the back. That's why we have this long tail in the Concorde, so we can put fuel there to give us some weight at the back to be able to lift the nose on our takeoff, which is pretty interesting. Very clever way of doing it, because it has to carry so much fuel anyway. Okay, master warning panel, that should all be out except doors. Why is doors still on? Oh, because I'm a baddie. It's these doors, which are supposed to close when you get rid of the vehicles. Anyway, so that'll fix that. Right. Engine anti-ice not required. Engine schedule flyover. Check. Brake fans can come on. Engine idle switch low, which is that guy. Hydraulics are all on. No red lights. Checked. Engine fuel pumps or feed pumps are all on. No yellow. Stall warnings tested and off. Feed pumps on. Hydraulics. There was something I missed here. No, that's fine. Okay, electrics is bypass. Nose 5 degrees. Brakes checked and set. Flight instruments. No flags. Let's double check. No flags. Flight controls and AFC should be blue. No lights. Trims. Our fuel trim is set for takeoff. Awesome. Right, let's read some comments. I darted. How many salty old men could fly a Concorde? Yeah, exactly. Do planes ever just like lose an engine in the sky? Yeah, it happened to a SAF Air flight 2 days ago. Kelly's here. There we go. You guys were asking where Kelly is. She's here. How long did it take you to learn where all the buttons are? About 6 hours. Right, let's go ahead and taxi. So we'll give it a bit of power. Ignore everything about the other wives. Right. At least she's met you clowns, so she knows not to listen to anything. But yeah, engine failures are... they're not common, but they're not an issue. People generally freak out and go, oh my word, engine failure, but there's so many procedures put into place for that. It's something that pilots train for all the time and they practice often, so not an issue. I bet a duck, it might get awkward now. Also said he should marry you if you put up with this. You mean if she puts up with me enjoying my streaming and flying my planes? That's quite harsh. Why X-Plane over Flight Simulator? Because airliners in Flight Simulator are garbage at the moment. That's why. It's great for VFR, but the airliners, the autopilots are terrible, the flight controls are terrible. And generally it's just been giving me issues and crashing and planes doing stuff on their own. So if I'm flying smaller aircraft doing VFR stuff, 100% I'll fly Flight Sim. But for the airliners, we are doing X-plane 100%. Okay, taxi checklist. Fuel transfer set for takeoff. Engine rating mode. That's up here. Takeoff. Throttle masters are set to main. Drain master heats we turned on earlier. Auto throttles can all come on. Then auto ignition should also be on. You can also turn on all of these. Those are already on. Okay, so static heaters we just turned on. Engine flight rating we've set to climb. ADS is all on. Engine number 4, N1 master limiter, 88%. Check. Then air conditioning panel, that's all checked. Fuel panel, all good. We have 92.9 tons on board, which is more than enough. Anti-skid system, no lights. Reverser shutoff is checked. Throttles, we have travel. Seats and harnesses checked. We have our seatbelts on. Then tank 11 fuel amount. We can't actually change, but we can make sure it's there, which we can see. And then we'll de-air these tanks. Where's this other switch? Got to make a turn here at some point. We'll sort that out once we turn. Okay, so is this multiplayer? Like, could I fly my plane into yours? Not by default. So not like the new Flight Sim, where it's always multiplayer. This, you can connect to multiplayer servers through third-party clients, but I'm not doing that at the moment because I'm still learning the aircraft. So right now, no, you couldn't come fly into me. If it was Flight Sim, then yeah, you could, but obviously you'd have to own Flight Sim, which I feel like is a stretch at this point. Okay, where's this other DS switch that I need to find? There. Okay, and then we can also turn on these and those and these, and I think that's it for now. Right, we're doing 12 knots, that's fine. Okay, CG gauges, cross-check for takeoff. Perfect. And we've set transfer pumps 5 and 7. Right, before takeoff, we are doing a straight out departure from runway, I can't remember which runway it is actually, it's the one behind us. I think it's actually, is it 36? Pilots having to flick this many switches wouldn't give me confidence. But remember that in the Concorde, that this panel is for a whole separate person, so he would only have to know these switches. He wouldn't be a pilot, just a flight engineer. And the pilot here just has to know these switches and these switches. And there's 2 pilots to check that. Okay, but basically we are doing a straight out departure behind us. And the heading is 02. And then from there we will turn, after about 5 miles or so, we will turn straight to our first waypoint on the INS system. So a very straightforward departure. We're going to climb straight up to 28,000 feet. So we can put that in. At 28,000 feet, we accelerate to Mach 0.95. Because we're going straight out over the ocean, we don't have to cruise subsonic. We are, as soon as we hit Mach 0.95, we are going to blast ourselves up to 50,000 feet, Mach 2, and then we'll block between 50,000 feet and 60,000 feet to maintain that Mach 2 all the way down to Cape Town. Can you like do a loop in this plane? No, absolutely not. Hope that answers your question. I mean, you can try, it's not going to work. So no, and we're not going to try. So thanks for asking. Right, let us go. Can you try? No, you see, I already knew you were going to ask that. Okay, transponder on. Brake temps and lights, there are no warnings. Master warning is clear. Check. Okay, let's turn ourselves around here. The other thing we need to do is on the takeoff monitor. Well, I'm used to him playing Flight Sim and waffling about it. Yeah, apparently that's what I'm doing. I just play this game, which is not a game, it's a sim, and waffle about it. Right. Now comes the cool part, because this is a commercial airliner with afterburners like a fighter jet. Okay, so these pings at the beginning are fine. That just means I'm holding the plane on the brakes. Better than Sims, to be fair. 100%, I 100% agree with you on that. Okay, takeoff monitor we can turn on. Let's arm the afterburners, the reheaters, for 2 and 3 and 1 and 4. Reheat switch is selected. Pitch index is set 13.5. Radar as required. Takeoff clearance obtained. Let's get rid of this. Right, we're going to look for 500 feet on here, so let's dial that in. At 500 feet, we cut out the afterburners. This switch is there we go. It's a bit of a pain. Okay, Kelly, have you played the new Dota hero? Nope, I have not. Kelly, can you make your Kelly can make your family in Sims? Probably the only way it's going to happen. Thanks, Warren. The word Dota is bad. Actually, I can do that. I'll do that when we start cruising. I'll time you guys out for saying the word Dota. Right, here we go. Full throttles. Afterburners will come on. That's why we have those lights. Check it out. Afterburners are fully on. Let's keep it on the runway.
Gear coming up.
No, the gear coming up thing is a bit of a dodgy call at the moment.
Gear coming up.
So just ignore that. The gear is fully down.
V1. Gear coming up.
Yeah, there's V1.
Rotate.
There's rotate.
Gear coming up. V2. Gear coming up. Positive climb. Gear up. Doors locked.
Now we'll bring the gear up.
Down. Gear down.
Should have set this
4 greens.
to 250 beforehand.
Power set. Fuel trim 2.
We'll turn that on.
500 feet.
We'll maintain our 13.5 degrees.
300.
There's our 500 knots. We'll disengage the afterburners so that we don't
50 feet.
blast everyone with the noise.
3, 2, 1. Now.
Okay, that was a little bit late, dude. Anyway, let's maintain our climb. So we've set our auto throttle for 250 knots. Let it maintain that. And we're going to make sure we're flying our heading, which we're a little bit to the left of. Then we'll go vertical speed, and we'll do about 1,500 feet per minute. Let's put the autopilot on so we can have some hands free to actually do stuff. Okay, we can bring the vertical speed up a little bit. Right, now that the gear's up, we can turn off our taxi lights, which we haven't done. Oh, these landing lights should have been on. Whoops, first mistake. Okay, we can bring the nose up to the, well, we'll bring the nose up and leave the visor down until we get to our 10,000 feet. And the next thing we're going to do is flip this over to INS. Let's bring up SIVA. And let's go direct to, so we'll go 0, 1. That should take us direct to waypoint 1, which is kind of back behind us, which is fine. So let's do this. Come on. Yeah, just because I'm bad at Dota. Yes, I am, but I don't have to worry about that. Kelly, be sure to mention how bad he is at Dota every now and then. I don't need Kelly to do that. I have you guys. Do you remember when Warren died 47 times with Timbersaw? Yes, I most decidedly do remember that. I think we still have screenshots. Sims is garbage. 100% agree. Okay, we're just managing our speed here because we should be at 250 knots. Right, takeoff monitor can come off. We do need to head significantly more this way, but we'll update that in a second. Hashtag never forget. Warren, captain positioning. It's funny that you come here and talk to me about being bad at Dota. I used to play for a team, bro. Played for a team. Dota is dying though. I haven't played this month even. Yeah, exactly. I just caught on before you guys. Okay, see now I'm talking crap about Dota here, and I'm messing this up significantly. We're very, very slow at the moment. Is Matt in SA? Is that Gottlieb? Is he back in South Africa? Okay, we'll bring the visor up even though we're not at 10,000 feet. It doesn't really matter. But if you come back, I'll be in. I mean, Gottlieb was trying to convince me a couple of weeks ago, so it didn't work, but maybe. I'm not going to stream it though because it's too aggressive for my stream. So we take things chilled here. Okay, I should actually do the checklist. Okay, climb rate checked, landing gears up, engines, takeoff monitors off, master warning panel, no warnings. Airspeed and pitch, we're speeding up to 250, pitch is on the 13 degrees, that's perfect. Fuel, trim to flight, flight engineer, trim for flight, that'll help us speed up a little bit. External lights will turn off at 10,000 feet. Nose and visor, 0 degrees and up, checked. Yep, he's back in Africa. It's like, you don't even look at my gram. Well, why? What did you post on your Instagram that he was back, or were you hanging out with him and taking selfies? I caught on about the same time as Cheese, then Dota died. Yep. Sounds about right. I don't know. All I ever did is... Warren, no, okay. So what Kelly's talking about, and Dave, you'll remember this, was... Warren, guys, is this our mango tree? Yeah, that's what Kelly's talking about. Should you be losing altitude? Yeah, so in the Concorde, we're less concerned about altitude and more concerned about speed. So you'll see us go up and down to make sure we maintain the speed. Below 10,000 feet, should we be losing altitude? No, that was a mistake on my part because I set my vertical speed too high. But it's a mistake I've made more than once, so it's something I need to remember just after we take off, is to climb a bit slower. Warren and Matt are posing in speedos. I bring the fun to Dota. I mean, sometimes it's funny, sometimes it's just really tilting. I was waiting for Dave to mention that exact situation when I cut down the tree that he was hiding behind in an attempt to save me. I mean, I had good intentions. I was like, I'll come in, I'll help. Dived in with, I think I was playing Phoenix, wrecked your tree, and then I think you died and I ran away. That sounds about right. Look at all these memories. Even your parents knew what I do. Yeah, my family got so upset that they thought that Warren was going to be suicidal because I shouted at you so much. Right, what we're going to do now is, let's bring our heading around a little bit. And we are going to go waypoint change 01 and go direct from here to our first waypoint. And we're also, our INS is degrading, so we need to sort that out, which we'll do as we pass 10,000 feet. So our second INS point is Gia, which is 114.9. How far away are we from Gia? Right, too far. Then let's check Rob, which is 113. 113.8. Are we picking that up? No. Great. Not a good start. That's a bit of an issue. Right, we're passing 10,000 feet though, so let's turn off the landing lights. And now we start getting into the real fun of flying Concorde. So let's set our speed up to 380 knots. We'll indicated airspeed acquire, and we'll let it speed up. So let's bring the vertical speed down to 1,000 feet. And we'll power up to 380 knots. Okay. Let's see comments. Even your parents knew what I do. Put your OnlyFans in the comments. I don't have an OnlyFans. Where's? Is this what I do when I'm not at work? Sometimes I do this while I'm at work. Geez, how are you going to see the family meeting with Uncle Cyril if you're playing games? Kelly will give me a very detailed breakdown of exactly what Uncle Cyril says, so I'm sorted. Okay, I mean, when I say I do this at work, Wesley, I mean I set up a flight before I come to work and then I leave it to cruise while I'm at work and then land when I get home, because I don't have a computer at work to fly in. Well, I guess when I'm working at home, then I'm doing this while I'm at work, because often I'll set up a flight on this computer and then work on Pro Tools on my laptop. Right. The issue that we're facing at the moment, though, is we don't have a VOR station in range to update to, because I was waffling on and I missed the first one. Okay, there's 380 knots, so let's go max climb. Huh. So our INS degradation is a bit of a problem now. What's the next one? 114.3. He does have an OnlyFans. For a sound engineer, your Dodo mic is blasphemy. I know, it is quite bad. I mean, now that I have this one set up, if I come back and play Dota, I'll change to this mic. Does that make you feel better? I do have an OnlyFans, you just need PayPal direct. Send me your CC details and I'll assist you. Yeah, I mean, donations are always welcome. However, I don't have a VOR to update my INS to. It's a bit of an issue. 117.3 is also out of range. So 114.3, why is that too far away? That should have been close. Okay, so we're going to be flying slightly off course because our INS system is not calibrated, because we don't have a VOR in station, but I mean in range. But let's check 114.9. Hopefully that comes into range soon. What's the next one? 113.8. 113.8. So if you see any of these two zeros change to a number, then we can be happy. Bill's probably hoping for lockdown level 5, then he doesn't have to see humans. I mean, that part of lockdown is pretty cool, I won't lie, but not seeing Kelly doesn't really work. And also, I have to do more work during lockdown level 5 than I have to do, well, than I did during other lockdown levels. But then I don't get to do a lot of flying. Okay, how bad is our INS system? Oh my word, it's already at 7. Okay, we're just gonna ignore that. Right, we're coming up on 28,000 feet. This is where it gets interesting. So, currently, we're flying at Mach 0.84, which is about the speed, the top speed of a 747. We're going to level off at, we're not going to level off at 28,000 feet. Let's level off at 32,000 feet, which is also fine. And we're going to push that Mach number all the way up to 2. I'm not sure I want you to fly my plane. Why? Nothing's happened. Lockdown level 5, where the intern thinks he can phone you at 2 AM and not get told off. Yeah, that intern is Jason. Right. Let's bring up the next checklist. So, noise abatement, we have done all of that. Perfect. Climb checklist. this is what we want. So engines checked, we're at 101%, that's fine. Fuel, 83 tons on board. We've already burnt 10 tons of fuel just in this short time. Okay, then we are now going to go up to almost 60,000 feet. We'll eventually get to 60,000 feet, but not for a while. Okay, so let's go altitude acquire. We'll go into vertical speed mode, but we want max climb. We want to turn off the auto throttle and come to full throttle. And let's engage the afterburners, stage 2. And now watch our climb rate go up. There we go.
Mach 1 passed.
Passed. We've just broken through the sound barrier, guys. Congrats. We are now faster than the speed of sound, Mach 1.01. And we are climbing at 3,000 feet per minute, 2,000 feet per minute, but that will go up as we get higher in altitude. And we'll keep the afterburners on until we pass Mach 1.7, and then we will use full drive power up to probably around 57,000 feet to maintain that Mach 2 value. So we want to try and hit Mach 2 at 50,000 feet. Yeah, damn interns are the worst. I didn't phone you at 2. Okay, that's true, but you are an intern. Poor fella. If the call's after 2:30, it's for the dirty, or so I've been told. That sounds like a Warren phrase, if I'm honest. Or 2.0. Okay. We don't have to change our altimeters because they were already set to standard, because that's what the airport was at. I really need these VRR stations to come into range, because that's a bit of a problem. Right, at Mach 1.3 we should get a call from the engineer to tell us that our engine ramps are moving, because if they're not, we have a problem. He generally isn't wearing pants when he video calls me. Is that Dave or 2.0? Or Jason? Toe Billy's when lockdown ends. Yeah, sure. Okay, let's bring this up. And let's go into... Oops. Into our DME update mode. Hello. Thank you. Okay, I need this again. So, okay, let's see. How far? We're 166 miles. And we're getting closer. Why are we not picking it up on the DME? That's 114.3, so maybe we can pick it up now that we're a bit closer. Yes! Okay. Right, so now we go waypoint change 1, and we leave our INS system to update, which is very, very much needed. Okay, awesome. We're back in business. See, no issues. It's both. We do conference call Friday morning and chalk them off as meetings. Sounds about right. Oh yeah, before Jason shouts at me, I have to say, if you're enjoying the content...
Mach 1.3. Ramps moving confirmed.
Thanks, co-pilot or flight engineer. Ramps moving confirmed. Good. If you're enjoying the content, don't forget to like and subscribe and hit the notification bell so that you get notified every time I go live. How's that, Jason? Okay, so we passed Mach 1.3. We were looking for Mach 1.7. Then we turn off the reheats. Why did we not turn to follow our INS? Hello? Thank you. If you enjoy the content, DM nudes. I don't, can you DM on YouTube? Is that even a thing? Yeah, I'm gonna have to start banning words now because of you clowns. This is why I made Kelly a moderator, but I haven't given her my login to Nightbot yet, so she can't actually change it. I mean, if this was any other aircraft, I'd have loads of times to mess around with stuff, but in the Concorde, that is not the case. Okay, so there's 40,000 feet, and we're going to swing a little bit to the right here again, which is fine. Oh no. Oh no. I don't even want to know where it is. Right, so 41,500 feet, and we're at Mach 1.5. I feel like we are a little bit slow. Okay, we'll prep to take over vertical speed mode. Once again, we want to hit Mach 2 at 50,000 feet. Looks like we're on schedule. It's pretty good. We don't hear the sound because we passed the sound barrier, and then you'll hear the boom.
I suggest reheat off.
Oh no! Oh no! I'm not a weatherman. Okay, Mach 0.7. So afterburner's off. Not a weatherman. But we will be looking at the weather a bit later, because in the Concorde, because we go up to 60,000 feet, we don't care about the weather. We're pretty much on the edge of space, so the weather doesn't affect us until we land in Cape Town. The weather in Ghana, don't care. We're at 60,000 feet. But I mean, we're over the ocean anyway, isn't Ghana's there somewhere this way? Okay, coming up to 47,000, and we're Mach 1.82, so let's go into vertical speed mode and bring our climb rate down a little bit, because we want to manage our climb rate to hit Mach 2 at 50,000 feet. Not sure I need to know the weather in Senegal. I mean, if you were flying there, then you would. But we've left Senegal, so we'll worry about the weather in Cape Town when we get a bit closer. Okay, 1.87. Let's bring this down even more. What is this thing? Like a little dog, I think. It's very small. Okay, we can bring the speed down. There's 1.9. Sorry, not the speed, the vertical speed. Looks like a bus cat. Have you tried flying to George yet? Yes, we have flown to George. We have flown to George before. Not for a while though. Or from George. Yeah, we have before, but not for a long time. Would you like us to fly to George, Dave? Because we can make that happen. Not in the Concorde though, that's for sure. No, bus cat. She means one of those cats with like those really flat faces that look like it ran into a bus. I don't know what Toro weave means. But no, the cat with the really flat faces. Persian cats, there we go. Apparently those have flat faces. Okay, so we're a little bit behind schedule on our speed, but that's fine, we'll sort that out in a moment. We're at just over 50,000 feet, and coming up to Mach 2, 1.98. And is the mountain and the mist a problem? Yes.
Passing Mach 2.
Weather is often a bit of an issue in George, and because of the mountain, the wind is is often a bit of a challenge. But yeah, the runway's too short for Concorde, so we would normally do that in like
Overspeed
the
warning.
737 or
Throttle
something.
back or climb.
Yeah, okay, relax. We're not overspeeding. We got this. Buzzcat sounds better. Exactly. It really does. Right. We are well on our way. What I should do is now double check our INS alignment. We should be at 0. Fantastic news. Okay, and we are on our way to waypoint 3. So, like I said, in the INS and the Concorde, we can only store 9 waypoints. So, as we now pass waypoint 1, we update that with basically waypoint 10. So, we've already programmed up to 9. A little bit later on, I'll come and replace our original waypoint 1 with what would have been waypoint 10, and so on and so on. So that's part of what we have to do as we are flying. Then we need to keep doing our INS alignments. So let me have a look at this again, and I can show you guys as well. Okay, so at the moment we just aligned to BIS. So let's see if we can pick up GEA. So GEA is 114.9. See, we're still not picking that up, so that's not going to work. 113 decimal. Oh, there we go. We just picked it up. We just came in range. So VRR stations usually, you can pick up that radio frequency just over 200 miles. So we just picked that one up, which is perfect. So, what was I trying to do? Yes, we need to put that in. Let's go SIVA, and we'll go into... I think I already programmed that in, didn't I? On channel 2. So 934.5. Yeah, I did. Okay, perfect. So we'll go waypoint change 2 to align our INS to GEA. Sick. That's all we need to do for that for the moment. Okay. And are ocean landings a thing on this game, like tailspin style? What? What do you mean by ocean landings? Like landing on the sea? Tailspin style. GEA from work. No, GEA is a VOR station. So you actually wouldn't say GEA, you would say Golf India Alpha. And I'll tell you where it is right now. Yeah, it's some name that I can't pronounce. It's in Guinea. Okay, there we go. There we go. We're just aligning our INS system to a VOR in Guinea. Kelly is here. Gia is the person who does my timetables. Well, the production timetables, I guess. Good save. Can't Google if you were in the sky. Not in the Concorde, no. But if we were a real pilot, we would have an index of all of that, which costs many monies, which I'm not going to buy because I'm not a real pilot. Right, we are perfectly at Mach 2, and like I said, we'll probably go up to about 56,000 feet. So normally when you're flying an airliner, you file for a specific altitude, but in Concorde, because nothing else flies up here above 40,000 feet, we just block between 50 and 60,000 feet, whatever altitude we need to be at to maintain our Mach 2 speed. So a little bit different from all the other airliners, which is really cool. There we go. And the terrain's glitching out because we're so high. That's great. Awesome. Thanks, Explain. Okay, we're coming up to our next waypoint here, 24 miles, which is waypoint 3. So what did I say about FAORs? The first one we enter is waypoint 3, so we're just about to cross into the Roberts FAOR. Right. We're not flying online with controllers, so that's not particularly important to us right now, but if we were flying with air traffic control, we would need to contact that FIR controller. So everyone, what are you guys up to? Because I mean, I thought you guys would just have my stream on for like 10 minutes and then go play Dota or something. And Jason, aren't you also play Dota? Kelly definitely doesn't play Dota, which is a good thing. Okay, the other thing we can do now is flight rating down to cruise and rating mode to flight, and we will turn our schedule back to normal. We can turn off the brake fans, we can turn off all of these heaters because it's very hot up here. I can actually tell you the temperature of our nose is currently 121 degrees because we're going so fast. I'm playing the game that shan't be named. Who would have thought? What do you call the Swiss president's aeroplane? Oh, blow on. Right. Dave said he would give me a good time if I came here. Dave is ready to be a dad. That means no more Dota, right? Just hit 5k hours. I think that's more than me now. I was like 4.5 or something. It's still less than Warren, and I guarantee you better than him. I've never even seen you play Dota, but I think it's a safe bet. Yeah, something interesting about the Concorde. Let's just get away from that. If you see this gap here, when we're on the ground, this gap doesn't exist. So the entire aircraft stretches about a foot, so it's about 30 centimeters, because of the temperature that it's at in the cruise. So the Concorde pilots would say on the ground this is completely closed, but when you were cruising you could actually fit your hat, your pilot's hat in between there, which is madness. So I'll show you when we get on the ground that there's no gap. It's actually modeled in the game. Cheese is a guardian. Yeah, that's why I gave up Dota, because that stupid game calibrated me so low and I couldn't be bothered to rank up. I stopped before I got to 10k. 10k hours or 10k MMR. But in 3 years, Guardian of the Scrubs. I just checked, it's too many hours. Yeah, I thought so. But I don't know if you have the same thing, but if you look at Gottlieb is on like 9,000 hours or something mental. But that's because he always leaves his Dota open and Steam just counts it. So like half that time he's not at his computer, because you guys know Gottlieb, like we'll literally be in between a game and he just disappears. He leaves the game open and then you think, oh, he'll be back in 5 minutes, and then it's like 4 hours. So I don't know how accurate those stats are. One day when I'm really brave and I'm having a good day, I'll play Dota with you clowns and we can stream it. Uncle Squirrel is speaking, okay. So do you guys think we're going back into lockdown? I think because everyone was on the beaches and everything, we're gonna go back. No one listened. I think the Guardian stats are accurate. No, I know why I calibrated as a Guardian. His hours are probably similar to mine. We have a similar amount of games. 6.6k hours. Wow. Okay, to be fair, I have 15,000 hours in flight sim, so those are rookie numbers. Stream your opinion on the new lockdown. Well, you have to tell me what Uncle Cyril says. You dedicate the interns to count them. Yeah, well, no wonder they're wrong. I mean, I've literally, in Jason's entire career, in your entire career as an intern, I've asked you for one thing, and you still haven't done it. 9.5k hours. Holy crap, Dave, that's mental. I need to go eat. Uber is here, but enjoy your flight, nerd. Thanks, Warren. Appreciate you tuning in. Appreciate the banter. Like I said, we're going to be here probably until 11 o'clock. So you're welcome to come back. What's the time now? Yeah, it's about 3 hours from now. So you're welcome to jump back in at some point. Okay. We should be coming up to our next waypoint. So we're currently going from 3 to 4. We're 25 miles from 4. Muting for your Uncle Cyril because you refuse to stream him. I'm not going to do that. That doesn't sound like a good idea. But yeah, that's fine. Go watch. And then you can let me know in the chat what he says. But yeah, I always forget that I have my little bar at the top that tells you exactly how long. So, time to go, 2 hours 46 minutes. Awesome. It's just a bit difficult for me to read on the little OBS screen. Cyril says it's your fault for not placing wards. I don't play support, remember? But now, back in my prime, before I left, I was a hardcore mid player. Right, there we go. So, now we can start updating our waypoints. So let me bring that up. I'll bring it up for you guys as well, because I'm nice like that. Okay, so we want to now replace waypoint 1 with the new waypoint 1, which is our oceanic airspace for Joburg. So let's go into keyboard edit mode. Okay, so waypoint 1, north. No. Baddie. South. Oh, I can't change that now. So let's just exit that. Go back. So, south. It's not going to let me change it. There we go. Okay, so south 18,000. And probably east, I'm guessing. East 3450. So that's our new waypoint 1. Our new waypoint 2 is south 21,000 and east 6,000, like so. Our new waypoint 3, and we can't change 4 because we're currently using waypoint 4, so we'll do the first 3. So waypoint 3, our new waypoint 3 is the Windhoek FAOR, and that is south to 25399 and east 11212. Right, so that's our next set of waypoints programmed in, so we're good to go all the way up to the Windhoek FAOR. We should also start double checking for our next alignment VOR. So Rob is 113.8. We've got that set, but we're not picking up anything. So let's check if we get... Well, we've already used this one, so we might as well recycle this. Let's check AD, which I think is Luanda. 114.3. Okay, we're not picking that up either. Now, I am expecting that as we get further down this side, we're not going to pick up any of these. We're just going to be too far out into the ocean, so we're going to have to just deal with our INS being slightly degraded. And I think we might only pick up Langebaan when we get all the way down to Cape Town, because even Walvis Bay is going to be a bit far, because we're quite far off the coastline. So if we don't pick up anything on these frequencies, I won't be particularly surprised. Right, let's just hide that for you guys. Okay, Cyril says it's your fault for placing wards. I saw that just now. I wish Cyril would just get to the point and be like, you have been bad, no dorp, no clubs, and be done with it. Yeah, you're not wrong. He does kind of go on about stuff in the beginning. So yeah, I've got Concords to fly, man. I'll get the updates from you guys. Me trying to hide from level 5. But no, I don't know if there was supposed to be a picture there or something. Oh, there we go, it just loaded. Where do you find these things? Unlikely we go, but yeah, I don't know if we'll go straight back to level 5. But I think we're definitely going to go back into some sort of lockdown. Hope so. Yeah, we can't afford it. So many jobs will be lost. No, you're 100% right. I don't think we'll go back straight into level 5, but there's definitely going to be some sort of restrictions put back into place. So I wonder what that's going to be. I think you're right that alcohol's probably going to go. All of your gatherings and stuff are probably going to go again. I don't know. But I'm thinking, like, if they close restaurants and stuff like that again, that's also going to be a huge stuff up. Oh, if it's level 4, I'm still going to go in. Yeah, I know. That's not going to change. What a nightmare the first time. Cops and army peeps, like, wanting bribes and saying the permit I had was illegal. I'm like, phone the news station. Yeah, I mean, all the people that I know that used the permits had similar issues, so no, that's bad. Right, how are we doing? So, we're coming up to waypoint 5, and we are 30 miles away. So we are powering along at Mach 2. What are we, 55,500, so yeah, it's pretty close. There we go. No sound at all, because we're over the speed of sound, which is pretty cool. Go behind, we should hear something a little bit. Not a lot. Here we are, British Airways Concorde. What we could have done is actually turned the seatbelt signs off. I don't have PACX. We're going to level 3. Sure, that's quite a... Or is adjustment level 3 now something new? Or is that... Or are you just saying we've now gone to level 3? Because that's quite steep to go straight from whatever we're at now to level 3. Aren't we at like 1 now? If we're at 2 now, then it's not so bad, but to go straight from 1 to 3, that's quite a big jump. Something new, stricter than so kind of like in between 3 and 4 now. Oh jeez, okay, hectic. Yeah, I'm guessing stricter than level 3, but not quite as strict as level 4. Would make sense. Otherwise, we would have just gone to level 4, right? Cool, we've got our next VOR for DME update. So 113.8 is Rob, I think. 113.8 is Rob, right. So let's go and program that in. So keyboard. Come on. Or am I actually just a baddie? Oh yeah, we've already done it. Sick. I think we'll just keep updating it just because it's easier. So let's change over. Why does it not wanna... There we go. So 3. Well, let's just double check and make sure we're on the right schedule here. No, that's the wrong one. Okay, I'll add 0. I want to change over to our... Okay, it's something new. Stricter than level 3. No indoor or outdoor gatherings for 14 days. Interesting. So no New Year's parties. Oh no. 9 PM to 6 AM curfew. I don't mind the curfews, to be honest. It's quite useful, actually. Yeah, I don't know what's going on here. Why can't I? So 600 is that. So we need to switch over here. Doesn't want to do that. Strange. Something weird is happening. Okay. Waypoint 1 should be 1-800-345. That's definitely not. 135. What is that? Okay, waypoint 6 should be 100-1000. That's correct. So what on earth was I doing when I put these in? Yeah, let's go and update those then. So that should be south 18-123. And then it should be east 3450. Okay, then 2 should be 2100, which it's definitely not. What was I smoking when I did this? Okay, so 2 should be south 21123 and east 6123. Set. 3 should be 25399. What the hell? And let's fix that. South 25399. East 11212. 4 should be south 27300. East 11343. Yeah, that should be sorted for now. Then we need to go into update mode. There we go. Oh, I programmed all of those into update mode. Absolute scrub. Okay, we'll just start from 1 again. It doesn't actually matter. So, Rob is north 6135 and west 10215. And then we can go check the distance 164, waypoint change 1. Perfect. And leave that to update. Jeez, okay, now that we figured that out. Okay, let's see what you guys are saying now. Did he say we can still visit family? We can't visit family, that's part of level 3. Oh, hectic. So now I don't know, when does this kick in? Alcohol sales not permitted. When is this starting from? Because then, I don't know, from midnight tonight. So that means Kelly's not going to be able to come for New Year's then. Oh, hectic. Okay. Indoor outdoor gatherings 14 days. Curfew 9 to 6. Oh, if we can't do family visits, then that's a bit of an issue. Midnight till the 15th of Jan. Right. So does that mean then that you can't come for New Year's? What are we at? 114.3 is AD, which I don't think we're going to pick up anyway. That's fine. What happens when people still on holiday? Yeah, if it kicks in from tonight, that's hectic. So after 15th of Jan, then reassess and see from there, okay. But yeah, if it kicks in from tonight, what about, yeah, people that are still away? At least before with lockdown, they gave us like a few days to move around and stuff. Hectic. Okay, we've got about 2.5 hours to go. This is probably gonna freak everything out, but I need to restart the weather system. Probably we'll see the clouds and stuff disappear. Now you guys have gone quiet, so I'm assuming something angry. He's saying something hectic. Okay, weather's back online. Let's have a quick look at Cape Town's weather. So, clouds broken at 3,000 feet. That's it. Wind 20013 knots. Cloudy. Pressure 1016. Temperature 18. Most of JHB is a hotspot. So, does anything different happen to hotspots? West Rand of Joburg, Fane, and a few others. So, are there different rules for hotspots? Let's update this next VOR. So we've got 114.3 on this one, which is AD. So let's go to STM 117.3 and see if we pick up either of those, which we probably won't. What is our INS dig at the moment? 0. That's good. So we're giving us the maximum amount of time with no degradation of INS. Travel only if necessary, and you will come into, and if you come into limited contact with people. Right, that's interesting, because that's quite difficult to kind of police and kind of know. Sure. What about like going to shops and stuff? Because I need to go like do my car license and things like that. All beaches and parks are closed. Sure, this is quite hectic. Hopefully you can hear me. Hi. So yeah, X-Plane crashed, and and just wrecked my whole computer. So let me see if yeah, I don't think I'm gonna be able to get the flight back, which is a bit of an issue. We might have to make another plan. But let's see if I can get my camera back first of all. Yeah, awesome. Thanks. But no receding hairlines. Love it. Yeah, my camera doesn't want to reconnect. I think I know what the issue is. Hey, there we go. Right, so let's change this. Let's put that back. Yeah, I'm back, but I'm gonna go ahead and guess it didn't. No, it didn't save it. Yeah. So, what do we do now? Do we start again? Oh, this is gonna be too long. We could start from. I wonder. I didn't even save the location. It was just a hard PC crash. Damn. Trying to think what we should do. Because what I could do actually, let me have a look at Simbury. Okay, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to find an airport along the way and just start there from the runway, so with everything already powered up and everything. So we'll start at Luanda. That's what we're going to do. Let's go Luanda, and we'll start on one of the runways like that. Okay, time should be data. Right, so now because we start on the runway, it should start with everything powered up, otherwise I'll just do a quick start. Okay, there we go. Yeah, sorry, I forgot to mention that it'll destroy the
Co-pilot
stream while
ready.
it's loading.
Engineering ready.
We
Fuel
didn't
trim
start
2,
with the
ground.
aircraft powered up, so we'll do that quickly. So...
Fuel trim 2, takeoff.
Yeah, so that'll just quickly get everything back up and running. But I see that OBS is struggling, so let's do... Yeah, we should be good now. Let's hope. Alright, let's double check everything in the aircraft, and I'm guessing Siva's off. Lovely. So we're gonna have to update that before we go. We don't want to be in landing mode. Oh, we have to do the whole alignment. Great. Okay, well, let's get cracking with that then. So we'll go into standby. There's an interesting thing. I need to go and get coordinates for this, which I'm probably going to be able to get yet. No, there we go. But I'm going to have to convert them. So now you guys can see all the prep that I do before I actually start the stream. Okay, so I just need to convert these. Okay, so we have south 8.87, which gives us, find that file again. Let's just put in here, so that gives us 852.1 south. And then I can explain east 13.23, which gives us 13.4. Right. I don't want to do that. Okay. So let's go waypoint 0. Keyboard. Right, so we are south 8521 and east 13134. Now we can align that. Let's set all of these to align. We just have to wait for that to happen. That's something we can't get out of. Right, what's going on with our fuel systems here? Oh, that's what's going on. Right, now we have to try to figure out how much fuel we need. Yeah, we can take quite a lot less. So we can do probably about 85 tons. Okay, that has fixed that issue. INS is aligning. Right, let's make sure all of this is set. That's all on, that's all good. That should be up, those should be on, those should be on. That's all on, so is those and those. Landing lights. So landing lights on, not taxi lights, just these guys. That should all be on. Right, this side. Those should all be on, these should all be off. So should these. Those should all be on, and those. Then, that should be there, that should be on, that's down, checked. Those should all be on. That should be on, that should be on. These two can come on, and these four can come on. 2, 2. Awesome. Those are on. That should be closed. That should be down. Okay, we're getting somewhere. Where are you taking off from? So I'm just taking off from Luanda, which was just kind of along the route. So we were going to go past there anyway. So we're just kind of catching up with the route along the way. So yeah, just gonna get back to sort of where we were, I guess. I'm just waiting for the INS system to align. There's nothing we can do to speed that up. Yes, that's still going. So what I do need to do is figure out we need to go to that point. 2106 south is where we need to start. Okay, so let's bring up SIVA again. Right. Okay, so waypoint 1 is going to be 2106 south, which is this guy. Right, so that is south. No, keyboard on, south. 21000, enter, and east 600. Decimal 0. So that's our first waypoint. That's where we're going to go to. And we'll put in waypoints 1 and 2 because our INS is aligned, and then we can get cracking and we'll sort this out along the way. So then Windhoek IFR or FIR is 25399 east 11212. Okay, that's ready to go. Let's go into nav mode and see, has our aircraft's INS system not quite ready. So we'll wait for that to get ready. We might as well go and put in waypoint 3 then, which is Johannesburg Oceanic. So south 27300, enter east 11343. Next waypoint south 28000, east 12123. Waypoint 5 south 3046 decimal 9, east 15123, and then lastly on to Robben Island, which is south 3348. I messed it up. 3348 0, and east 18299. Set. Okay, all of our points are now set, and our nav system is aligned. So we'll put those into nav. Close SIVA for now. Okay, are our reheats armed? They are now. Alright, transponder 1, 3, 2, 4. That's on. Those are on. Right, I think we're ready to go. Release the parking brake. Takeoff
3,
monitor.
2, 1, now.
No, not 3, 2, 1 yet. Okay, so we'll put that on. Okay, that's gonna keep happening. Okay, here we go.
Airspeed building.
On the runway. While we arm these things. Okay,
100 knots.
a little bit off to the right. We can fix that, that's not an issue. There we go. There's V1.
V1.
There's our
Rotate.
rotate up to 13
V2.
degrees.
Positive climb.
Okay, positive climb,
Gear
gear up.
coming up.
We'll bring that auto throttle on.
250 knots. Gear up. Doors locked.
Yeah, let's go autopilot 1 on. Okay, why are we turning to the left? Yeah, no, it's broken. Okay, that's why. That's actually perfectly fine, because we want to go there anyway. Okay, I will look at the chat in a moment. I just need to sort this out. Right. So, gears up. We need to come off the afterburners. And we're going to go up to 28,000 feet. That's perfect. 250 knots set for now. That's perfect as well. Let's bring up SIVA and go waypoint change 0 to 1. Let's flip this over to
3,000
INS.
feet.
Okay, and we'll come back around to the south. Right. Okay, where was I? Free clippers for all of us to sort this out. That's for the receding hairlines. Where are you taking off from? We just departed from Luanda in Angola, and we're going to catch up to our route that we were previously on. Let's just manage our airspeed a bit better, like we didn't do last time. We can turn off the takeoff monitor. I do recall that level 3 did say no family or friend visits, but seems it does not apply this time. Dev seems to agree, so you can still come visit for New Year's. Okay, that's good news. Fantastic. They're also allowing interprovincial travel as well. Okay, so that should be fine. All rivers and dams are closed. How are we going to get water then? The audio room, Batty D, Dirty D in the house. Restaurants must close at 8. No river swimming for you, Cheese. How disappointed that makes me. How was the rain your side? I don't think we had any rain, to be honest, but I've had my headphones on, so I could be wrong. Zomchom in the house.
Should I change it?
Okay, so now I'm neglecting my flight engineer here, so we should trim for
Fuel trim
flight.
2, flight.
Right, and we're going to intercept our course back to where we were earlier. My poor car caught all the hail. Oh, it hailed there. Jeez, okay. Hope we didn't have hail here. I know my mom would have said something. Alright, let's bring the nose up. So Zomchom, we are flying the Concorde down to Cape Town. We started in Senegal, but then X-Plane decided to crash. So we started again right now from Angola, from Luanda, and we're going to catch back up to the route that we were on and carry on down to Cape Town. Okay, there we're starting to come back onto course here, so let's just do that. Right, and then we can go INS, and that will take us on our route. Speed is good, vertical speed 2,000 feet is perfect, engines at 101, that's also perfect. So we are looking good. For round 2, we'll do 250 knots all the way up to 10,000 feet, and then we will speed up to 380 knots, maintain that to 28,000 feet, and then we'll blast up to Mach 2 again on our way to 50,000 feet. So that's the plan. Okay, what I am gonna do is, let's see, Luanda's VOR is 104 decimal 3, I think. Let's try that.
10,000 feet.
Yes, it's not that one. But maybe it's 112.7. That's the one. Okay. So 10,000 feet, that means we can turn off all of these lights. We can also leave all of that on. Let's speed up to 10,000 to 380 knots. So the return of the pineapple beer. What does that mean? Okay. While you figuring out pineapple beers, I'm going to update my INS. Right, so we'll go DME update mode, which won't work unless you turn the keyboard on, Dylan. DME update mode, and we are south. 8504 east 13145. Enter, and we can go waypoint change 1 and let the INS update. Fantastic. Everybody gonna be brewing their own beer again. Oh right, okay, makes sense.
350 knots.
Awesome, there we are at 350 knots. Let's go max climb. Right, and we are back on the way. There we are, all the way up to 7,000 feet per minute. What a beast. What an absolute beast this aircraft is. Okay, passing through 17,000 feet already, climbing like a rocket, 7,000 feet per minute. We're about 6,000 feet per minute now. Maintaining that 350 knots, which we should have set there. Right, already 19,000 feet. What an aircraft.
feet.
Okay, so we'll go up to 28,000. And there we'll start speeding up, breaking the sound barrier, blasting up to our cruise speed. Okay, let's reset this to standard altimeter. We'll do the same on this side. A bad idea. So I shouldn't be making my own beer in my cupboard, is that what you're saying? Okay, let's see if we've actually missed anything. Okay, reheats are all off, airspeed and pitch is set, fuel's trimmed to flight, climb rate checked, engines 101, reheat switches off, fuel trimmed to flight, anti-ice not required, and we'll accelerate to Mach 2 in a bit. 100% no. Right. Best I sort that out before you come visit. So it seems like you are still allowed to come visit, right? Tomorrow he comes back on. Pineapples and yeast are now banned. Homemade vodka is safer. See, that sounds like an intern thing. I'm sure you guys like making vodka there in the intern office. I wouldn't be surprised. No one would ever know. Okay, max climb. Turn this off. Let's go and let's burn. Right, so soon we should push through the sound barrier. You can still come visit. Okay, awesome, that's good. I tried homemade vodka in level 5. Thought I was gonna die. Right. It work well as a cleaning agent though. Or maybe you just need some practice. There we go, through the sound barrier.
Passed.
Okay, let's check our INS degradation. 0. Awesome. And we can close that. How about homemade gin? Oh, someone else made... Oh, you tried homemade vodka, as in you drank homemade vodka. You didn't make homemade vodka. You had it in Omo bottles. Now, Kelly, you made your own gin. To be fair, though, not at home. And they had all that fancy equipment for you. But I'm sure you can fashion some of those out of bits and pieces that you find around the house. How about that? Omo bottle. Jeez, like. Where was that place that you did the gin thing? Oh, was it the gin school? Is that what it's called? That's pretty cool. I didn't realize it was just called the Gin School. Okay, let's see. Now that we are climbing nicely, if I can get my flight info back on the screen. Hello. Flight info. I know this app can be a bit weird sometimes. There we go. Okay, so come on, there we go.
Mach 1.3. Ramp smoothing confirmed.
Okay, cool. We have the flight info back. So time to go 1 hour 56. So we didn't really lose any time. In Inveroge Gin at the Indaba Hotel is the company who supplied all the equipment and ingredients. Okay. Yeah, you won that as like a competition. Wasn't that like at the barnyard your mom entered that competition and then won that whole thing, right? You remember that correctly, I think. At least we can still buy garage pass.
feet.
Okay, 40,000 feet, and we are a little bit slow. So let's do the vertical speed thing. Altitude acquire. That can come off. That is the place you dropped me off at. Yeah, I remember that. That was the day I didn't have my license and they were stopping people on William Nicol.
Mach overspeed warning. Throttle
Okay.
back or climb.
Now we can increase our
Overspeed
climb.
warning. Throttle back or climb.
I still have my bottle. Carol Baskin's dry gin gonna taste even better now. Yeah, but what do you guys think of the Concorde?
I suggest reheat off.
Okay, so we'll turn the burners off. Pretty insane aircraft. And you haven't even seen the landing yet. That's probably where we're gonna fail. It comes in at this crazy angle. Yeah, what are we? Mach 174. Wait, what? Is it here? It's not here in my room. So if it is here, I don't know. I don't know where you put it. No, I don't drink gin without Kitty because I'm too lazy to make it. Oh, well, the fridge by the laundry doesn't exist. So it's not in my room. I just looked and I don't see it anywhere. So it's heavy lost. So it must have been on the fridge. I'll ask my mom where she moved it to. Because she got it. Remember, Lauren took that fridge. So my mom's got a new fridge now, which arrived today. So I'll ask her where the gin moved to. The lost gin. Okay, let's get ourselves up to Mach 2. I told you, and you know, I would never have dranken the gin by myself. Because it's too much of a ball ache to make it, because you got to mix in all this other stuff. I mean, I literally go to the fridge and take bottles of water just like this and drink it straight out of the bottle. Because I'm too lazy to pour anything. Dranken is a word. Don't question it. Are you sure you haven't been slicking it? Yeah. So little faith. Okay, INS degradation. 1. Getting worse. What is our next update point? Walvis Bay, 113.6. Which I doubt we'll ever see. But so be it. What explain... So... This is only the second. This is only the second crash that I've had on stream.
Passing Mach 2.
But it's not crashing the plane; it's the game crashing, which is very different. I haven't had
50,000 feet.
any plane crashes. Do we panic buy toilet paper again? I mean, I don't think that's necessary. Did you panic buy toilet paper? I don't think we did. Right. We are at Mach 2 and we are cruising. You see the funny video about the toilet paper song? No, I did not. That reminds me though, is we're supposed to have the tunes. We are cruising now. Let's get the treffers back. In a month's time, you're gonna be in the DMs. How much for 3-ply? I hope not. I really hope not. But you see now, if people go out and buy all the toilet paper, then that's exactly what's gonna happen. I'll try not to rinse you too much for it. Thanks, Dave. What a mate. Okay, so Mach 2, we're 585 miles away from our next navigation waypoint. We are 5,000 or 50, almost 53,000 feet and still climbing quite steadily. So all looking good aboard Concorde. Okay, what does our time on here say? So an hour and 10 minutes to go. So really not a long time. Okay, I'm not gonna watch other videos on stream because otherwise I'll get copyrighted, but I'll watch it afterwards. You have 5 viewers right now. No one will come for you. It doesn't matter about how many viewers you have, it's the algorithm just picks it up and wrecks your video. It's an automated thing. It's not like they look and they go, oh wow, you have so many viewers. Oh, you can leave the link there, it doesn't matter. I'm just not gonna play it on the stream. So anyone else can watch it, I just can't broadcast it. Jason, how is the mix? Because I did tweak some things so that it should be a bit better now than what it's last time. Does that mean it's too loud? I mean, I'm literally just mixing with meters. I can't monitor it. But also iTunes doesn't have its own like level indication. Okay, cool. That's perfect. Let's do that. That should be a bit better then. Yeah, I have to just use the meters in OBS, but the problem is everything in OBS comes in on the same meters, so I have to kind of just judge between my mic and the music and the game audio all coming into the 1 meter. Also, don't think the genre matches the vid. Well, what music do you want then? I just have to use copyright-free stuff. But yeah, fair enough. I don't disagree. There's supposed to be like some more chilled stuff. I just haven't downloaded it yet. Yeah, you can't just play copyrighted music. It's bad. Well, these are the treffers. But yeah, I need to download the lo-fi stuff. I just never did. I'm a baddie. So no. Right, let's double check. So what we can do now is go engine rating flight. Those can stay on, those can stay on. That should be cruise. These should be off. That is off. These can come off. And here, this should be normal. Normal. Those should all be on. That shouldn't be on now when we're in the air, but anyway. DJ Salt should have his own treffers. Hey, my intro, my title sequence thing is my own song, so you'll have to wait until the end of the stream. I mean, I guess I could play it for you now if you really wanted. But yeah, my title sequence has my own music in it. Okay, that's all set. That's good. Is that the same one you use on your OnlyFans? Yeah, the exact same one. Okay. Oof. Come on, click, man. There you go. Right, so we're still climbing slowly. We're almost at 55,000. We have 75 tons of fuel left. Block 2. And we have 425 miles to go to our first waypoint. Then from there, okay, so that takes us there. Then we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 after that. Oh yeah, that's what I wanted to do, is sort out charts. Okay, so we are landing on 19. We don't want RNAV charts, we want PRs for runway 1. Perfect. Okay, charts, Cape Town. Okay, so now I can come here. And we can have a look. Right, so first off. Okay, so we are landing runway 19, which is this guy here. And we'll use the entire runway as Concorde. So our taxi route will be Bravo 3, Bravo 2, Bravo 1 to Apron Alpha. I have 2 bottles. One KWV 5-year and one Clip Drift Premium. I should be able to get a top range GPO to play Cyberpunk, right? Yo, yeah, but you're gonna have to do dodgy dealings on the interwebs. Okay, we don't want this. Well, that. Okay, that's not useful. We want this. Okay, so we'll park. Let's do Alpha 5. That looks good to me. Then we want to have a look at. We're gonna do ILS 19, which is this guy. So we're gonna come in over Robin Island. That's our last waypoint. And then we'll turn pretty much to the east, so about 100 degrees. And intercept the ILS. Frequency is 117. No, that's not the right one. Frequency is, where is it? Oh, there we go. 109.1. So no fancy routing unless the wind changes. But at the moment, what does the wind say? Because if it's still at 200 degrees, then we need to use runway 19, which means we don't have to do anything fancy. If we end up taking runway 01, we'll have to fly the Robin Island approach down the side, which is actually really cool coming down along the mountain range here. So that would be cool to do, but I don't think the wind is going to favor that. Yeah, active skies. There we go. Okay, so I'm looking for Cape Town. Okay, so conditions in Cape Town. Wind still 200 degrees, so we're definitely taking runway 19. Okay, which is pretty easy because we just go straight in. Okay, our speed's actually dropping below Mach 2, so that should come up again. Yeah, we've kind of leveled out at 55,060 feet. Okay, so the next thing I want to do is we need to check for stations that we can update our DME. So we're on 1136, which is Office Bay. Let's try, so 112 .7 was the one we did before. We're going to be out of range of that for sure, yeah. So 1136 is the next closest PAR, and we still can't reach that. So we're going to have to wait until we get to 1170. Is that what I've got there? Yeah. So that's what we're going to have to wait for. It's the only one that's going to come into range at this stage, it looks like. Which is, if I double check, so that's Langebaanweg. That's when we already get to Cape Town. We should also get the frequency for Robben Island. So let me find that. Oh, it was on that chart, eh? So on here, Robben Island, 117.6. Cool. So we can also use that as we get a bit closer as our navigation. So what I'll do is, once Robben Island is our next destination, so let's go and see which waypoint that is in Siba. Okay, so Robben Island is south 33480. Okay, let's just change this and go back. So we're looking for 33480 here. 33480. So waypoint 6. So once we're heading from 5 to 6, we'll switch this over to track. That should be on heading as well, just in case. We'll switch this over to track and go track hold. And that'll take us directly to that Robben Island PAR. Okay, we're still 250 miles away. We can't update our INS right now. So what I'm going to do is I'm quickly going to go for a bathroom break and get something to snack on, and I'll see you guys again in a few minutes. Cool, see you now. Hello. I have returned. And I have Fritos, which are hopefully aren't going to be very loud when I chew them. Right, 140 miles from the next waypoint. Bring me a snack too. No, print my label first. I've been asking you for several weeks just to print me a label. And you can have Fritos too. Alright, what does this say in terms of time? 55 minutes. That sounds good. Well, I guess I'll just have to print it at the studio then, which is what I was going to do anyway, because you still haven't done it. Oh yeah, but didn't you guys break it or something when you were trying to do it? Oh no, you lost the battery. So, yeah, so now it doesn't work anyway. Oh, someone ate the charger. Hectic. Classic interns. Lockdown's been rough. They moved from graphics onto just random label maker charges. I just messed on the floor. Need to pick that up after the stream. Hopefully I don't forget. Does it make it worse, Jason, if I let you know that I also have chocolates? You're all chocolated out. You want steam buns? What the hell is a steam bun? No, I literally have no idea what a steam bun is. Alright, we're turning now actually towards Cape Town, which is cool. I think the next stop, well, not stop, the next point is, yeah, our Windhoek, so Namibia's airspace. Send you my Steam ID. Okay, I'll do that in a second. Okay, what am I doing? Sending you my Steam ID. Oh, our INS intercept is overcorrecting a bit. I don't even know how to find my Steam ID. Oh, you mean friend code? I mean, how do I send it to you? I guess I could WhatsApp it to you. Who are you again? I mean, after all that. Yeah. Steam buns are filled with pork and veggies, and they are steamed. I have no idea what you guys are on about. Absolute crack. Right, so that's that. Okay, that does look really nice. Yeah, well, I'm very keen. Is that you just like? Oh my, that's amazing. Okay, they do look very good. I'll give you that. I could do with a steam bun right now. I'm down. Okay, do I have the right frequency tuned here? I've got 1136, which is, yeah, that's Bulfus Bay. And then on the other side, 1107. I mean, 1170, sorry. Order, where exactly do I order you steam buns from? At 21:48, so 2 minutes to 10 to 10. On a, what's today? Tuesday? Thursday? Night. Where exactly do I order steam buns? Let's go see if the cabin crew have some for us. Hello. Oh, it's very strange sounding in here. Oh yeah, this is quite hectic. I forgot about this. The Air France 4590. Oh, today's Monday. Hectic. Oh, it's so cool. I'm just in here now. Can't click on any of it. I don't know what I just clicked on there. So yeah, when it goes real bad, I can just come here and hide in the bathroom. What was I clicking on this side? I need to do it with this chair properly. I don't know. Does it still count as the Mile High Club if you're online? I'm gonna go with no. Where in Melville do you get, what are they? Egg rolls? Steam rolls. Where do you get them from in Melville? I'm not gonna open the door, that's a terrible idea. Why do I hear people talking? Oh yeah, that's pretty cool. In the Concords they have this display here so you can see altitude and Mach. Mach 2, 55,700 feet. Egg rolls. You get them fresh from the egg roll. Oh, okay. You know what I meant? I meant steam rolls. How does everyone know about this except me? I mean, I can fly the Concorde, but I've never heard of a steam roll. I've had an egg roll before. Oh no, did I just open that door? Oh, thank God. Okay, we've done our tour. It's very loud there. I'll close the door. Oh no. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. There we go. I got this. Buns. Oh, steam buns. Ah. Okay, so where do you get steam buns in Melville? You still haven't answered this. I said egg rolls. I literally got 0 words right. I mean, you've never mentioned steam buns to me. Like, I'm sure I would have remembered if you said, "Oh, we should go get steam buns." Trying to find the nice sweeties. I'm just gonna pull these all out. I have this big packet of sweets. I want coconut ones. Made a huge mess. They didn't give me any purple ones. All I've got is the damn orange ones that I don't like. Like any Asian place ever. Even Simply Asia. Right. I don't think I've ever ordered anything from Simply Asia, if I'm brutally honest. But okay, Kelly and I... Yes, you have. No, this is rubbish. You've never ever mentioned egg rolls, steam buns. There's a food truck called Something Fresh that does the best ones in Joburg. This is like a random truck, so we have to just go and find it. Hopefully it's driving past where we are. But no, you have never mentioned steam buns. I don't know why I keep saying egg rolls, I'm sorry. But fine, we can try steam rolls. Ah, steam buns. Jeez. So dumb. Why am I like this? See, I mean, Kelly, you actually know what he's talking about. I just, yeah. I never remember you saying this, which is hard to believe because I always listen to you. But fine, we can try steam buns. And we're flying over an aircraft carrier, which definitely isn't there in real life. Oh geez, I can go out of the plane, that's not... You think we can see an aircraft carrier from 60,000 feet? Doubt it. Where is it? Oh, it's in front of us and down there. Is that it? The hell is that? Yeah, it's just like a weird line. I don't think that's it. I think that's some sort of glitch. It's in the right place though. Maybe the texture's just not loading. Yeah, that is it. Oh, that's the wake. There's the actual ship. Sick. Do a flip. No, I will not. Also, a flip is a flight. It's like saying a drive around the block. That's a flip in an aircraft. I think you mean a loop. You were probably flying and not listening. That doesn't sound like me. Yeah, we don't need any of that. Right, how long to go? 39 minutes. Okay, so we're coming up to waypoint 2, which is now what? So, because now my numbers are all stuffed up because we had to start again. So, let's bring this up again. Okay, so waypoint 2 is Windhoek. Okay, so 118 miles from waypoint 7 we need to start our descent. No, that's quite mad. It's normally when we're flying like a 737 or something, we start our descent like within 100 miles. We're doing almost double that, but I guess we are coming from 60,000 feet, and this thing also descends like a rocket. So 180 miles from waypoint 7. It's a pity that none of these VRs are close enough for us to actually update our INS. So you can see we've completely degraded now because it says 9 there, which is not good. Not good, but there's no... how did I do that? There's no VRs in range to update, so I think what I'd have to do is probably find... why am I picking this up? It's probably find a route that stays closer to the coastline. Because obviously we can't fly supersonic over the land because people complained about it, which was one of the reasons Concorde got phased out. Was America banned all supersonic flight over the land, so then unless you're flying to an airport on the coast, it's pretty pointless. Okay, now 19 miles. Let's go heading hold. And let's see when it updates. Actually, no, we don't need to go heading hold. We can stay on INS. We'll just catch it if it's quite far off. Okay, that's very close, so we don't have to do too much. Update our heading 1 degree. Nice. Yeah, and then we are 137 miles. That'll go pretty quickly at Mach 2. 60 tons on board, so he should Our flight engineer will call that out in a bit when it gets down to 60. What a beast of an aircraft. So cool. So it has this whole visor with special reinforced glass and all of that because of the force of the air on the windscreen at Mach 2 would just break the normal windscreen, so it has the special visor.
Fuel status.
There we go.
60 tons.
So let's actually bring this up. And it'll be here. So at the moment, our weight is 150.8 tons total. We need that to be below 111 tons for a safe landing. So basically, you need to land between more than 10 tons of fuel, but less than 19 for us to be within parameters. Now, I didn't do any real calculations when I took off from Luanda because I just wanted to, you know, get back and running. So I hope we're gonna be okay. I wonder if you can dump fuel on the Concorde. I don't think you can. Oh, jettison, there we go. Ah, so if we are too heavy, we can jettison fuel. Oh, I don't know what that does. I don't want to mess with it now. Okay, so if we are super heavy, we can just ditch all of that very expensive Jet A1 fuel. Oh, I don't know if this even uses Jet A1. Let's actually find out. Because like I know the SR-71 used special fuel to be able to handle the high speed. I mean, I just typed in Concorde, I didn't put fuel in. What an idiot. Oh, okay, it does use Jet A1. So Jet A1 costs $650 a ton. We filled up with 92,000 or 92 tons. Easily. So 92 times 650 is $59,800. So it costs 875,000 Rand to fuel up the Concorde for one flight. Now you wonder why they stopped flying them. It's almost $1 million worth of fuel for one trip. I mean, that's not maintenance costs or anything like that. That's not paying for the slot times, for the usage at the airports, all of that stuff. for the crew, just for the fuel. How much in rands are you planning to dump? I don't know. We'll only be able to make that decision when we're really close. But I mean, if we dump like 5 tons, let's work that out. 5 times 650 is $3,250, which is 47,500 rand. That must be so hectic as an airline if you have an aircraft with an issue and they have to dump all their fuel. Literally just spraying money into the air. Right, we're coming up to our next waypoint already. So we should be going to waypoint 5, I think. Oh, 4, jeez. But I think 4 and 5 are quite close together if I remember correctly. But yeah, I'm not sure if we even need to dump fuel. I mean, we've still got 60 tons on board, so we probably are going to. I don't know this aircraft well enough yet. This is just my 3rd flight. So I don't know well enough yet to know, you know, at this distance, how much fuel we should have on board. And I also didn't do any proper calculations from Luanda, so I don't know yet. Okay, there we go at our next waypoint. Wonder how you do it though, because these, so we'd obviously have to lift the, oh, these aren't modeled. Oh, there we go, they are. So we can open that. I guess we'd have to turn these to open the valves. Didn't just start dumping fuel by mistake, did I? No. This is what I was doing when it crashed the game, so let's not do that. Cheers, Kitty, thanks for watching. Okay, 20 miles. Oh, didn't we? Yeah, so waypoint 4 is only, yeah, we are going to waypoint 4, so it is pretty close. So then we'll be going to 5, and 5 is, that's back into Johannesburg Oceanic airspace. Just muted my mic in time for me to sneeze, so that I didn't destroy your hearing. Okay, so yeah, waypoint 5. Oh no, now I'm confused myself again. Okay, waypoint, we're going now to 5. Waypoint 5 is 1500. That's into the Cape Town FAOR, so we're pretty close. Good job. Do you not have, I do have a compressor on. But still, do you really want to hear me sneeze? It's just a bit unnecessary. Okay, so 5 is our Cape Town FAOR, so we're actually in 220 miles. We are inside Cape Town airspace. So, did you know that while obviously Cape Town was not one of the Concorde routes, that Concorde did visit Cape Town once when they did their whole promotional thing around the world. They landed at Cape Town. They even painted them with some SAA branding on it while it was there for a while. So it's not entirely unrealistic what we're doing. I'm not sure where it flew from when it came to Cape Town. It was also at Oratambo. So it could have come... It wasn't Oratambo then, it was Jan Smuts. But yeah, so Concorde has been to Cape Town before, so we're not completely making this up. 200 miles out from Cape Town airspace. Okay, I'm going to ditch Vulpes Bay and tune into what's it called? Robben Island. 117.6. Obviously we're not going to pick that up yet, but as soon as we do, we can use that to navigate to, which will be very useful. Okay, let's start prepping for our descent. Right, so first off, we decelerate to below the speed of sound. So we'll slow down to our 350 knots indicated. So fasten seatbelt signs on, throttle back slowly. So we go back to 18%. Well, it's got a little detent on the... That's not supposed to happen. This little detent on here, so we'll throttle back to that point, and then we will descend. Oh, that'll let us slow down, and we'll start descending slowly, slow down, and then maintain 350 knots down to 10,000 feet, where we'll slow down to 250. We'll trim to descent, and then we'll manage our approach from there. Okay, 154 miles now from Cape Town airspace. Okay, then once we reach Cape Town, so our last waypoint is Robben Island, and from Robben Island we fly about 100 degrees, maybe 95 degrees, intercept the ILS runway 19 into Cape Town International. Alright, approach briefing complete. Okay, this water bottle is killing me. Right, so 117.0 is set. Here's a question: do you guys think I'm going to be able to land this without failing miserably? It's quite intense because, in fact, it's very intense because of the delta wing design. It makes it very efficient and very fast at, which is why we can do Mach 2. But it means it's terrible at low speed. So first of all, we have to come at this crazy angle of attack, which means we can hardly see anything. But then also, whereas in our 737 we're normally doing an approach at like 135, 140 knots, in this we're coming in at 190 and then slowing down to around 170 on final. So it's very fast. It's very good at slowing down. So I'm not stressed about running off the end of the runway. I'm just stressed about touching down smoothly, because it's very difficult to judge. The other thing is because you're at such a crazy angle, you're sitting all the way at the top and the main landing gear are here at the back. So it's quite difficult to judge how high the wheels are off the ground. So yeah, it's gonna be interesting. And the previous landings that I've done for practice, I mean, I haven't died, but they haven't been pretty, I won't lie. So we'll see how it goes. 100 miles now from Cape Town airspace. Okay. Hopefully we start picking up those VRRs soon. Let's actually dial in Robben Island and see how far away it is. So we'll go 2.2 and we'll go keyboard mode, DME update mode. Okay, Robben Island. So south 33480, east 182990, and it's at 36 feet, so we don't need to change that. But let's see the distance. So we're 333 miles still from Robben Island, so it's going to be a while before we pick that up on the VOR. Let's go back here and do waypoint 3 to Langewaanweg, which is south 32581 and east 14. Oops, no, east 18361. Set that in, and it's at 106 feet, so we don't need to set anything there. Let's see that distance, 292. So we're going to pick up, well, obviously we're going to pick up Langewaanweg before Robben Island because it's closer, but I don't know. I believe if your INS degradation gets all the way to 9, I don't think the update actually works anymore. I think it's too far gone at that point, because I've tried updating once it's gotten to 9 before I understood how this worked, and it didn't actually change anything. But we'll try again and see. Haven't died yet. I know, it's always a possibility. Like I said, this is an incredibly difficult aircraft to land, and the pilots who actually flew it had loads of training and instruction and important stuff like that, which I have most decidedly not had. So I wouldn't be surprised if this ends in a massive crash. But like I said, my very first attempt, I still didn't crash. It was a hard landing, it was rough, but it was survivable. So you'll see on the right hand side in the middle of the screen, when I touch down, it gives you that touchdown value. Anything between 100 and 400 is good. Anything above 500 is bad. Anything above 700 is really bad. That's like aircraft needs to be inspected bad. So we'll see. If I can touch down at 300 or 350 feet per minute, I'll be happy with that. And the key that I found in this aircraft is it bounces. It's very easy to bounce because of that mad angle. So my goal is to try and touch down smoothly at 300 and then keep it on the runway. So that's the plan. But yeah, if I touch down 500 feet per minute or more, then we can count it as bad. If it's more than 700, then it's a fail. If it's like 1,000, then we died. Okay, 244 knots, 244 miles from Langewaanweg. So that should come up on the DME. There we go. And it says 224, but that's fine because this is slant range, this is direct range, so they will be slightly different. That's not an issue. So let's try This is waypoint 3. Let's try an update from there and see if that actually does anything. You see the aircraft do a little wiggle there, so that the INS is moving. So hopefully this works. If it doesn't, it's not too much of an issue. Once we are in range of Robben Island, we're using that to navigate. We're not using the INS anymore in any case. But see how it is moving side to side, so that leads me to believe that the INS system is updating. It's quite interesting to think that, I mean, these VOR stations are just radio signals, and we're picking them up at 60,000 feet. Never actually thought of that. Okay, so not too long, and we should start picking up the Robben Island VOR. Is that really 117.6? I don't think that was Robben Island. Yeah, it is 117.6. Okay. There we go. And we just picked it up. See, I do know what I'm talking about. Okay, so 180 miles from Robben Island, which we are currently 214. We will begin to descend. Okay, let's go through our checklist. So we can turn on seatbelts and no smoking. We can set, we're gonna go down to 3,000 feet. What I should do though, actually, so that I don't stuff this up, is set 11,000 feet. So we'll level off at 11,000 feet to make sure that we slow down to our 250 knot restriction below 10,000 feet. So this way, when the aircraft levels off, if I've forgotten about the restriction, I'll go, oh, okay, we're leveling off, need to slow down. Okay, all looks good here. This needs to come to approach, and the brake fans need to come on. Right, so we're approaching 180. Can get rid of Siva for now. What I do want to do is set this to track and turn this on, which will take us directly to Robben Island because we've picked up that frequency. Actually, no, we don't need to do that. We can stay on the INS until we get to the next point. It's actually gonna make not much of a difference to do it direct now. So let's set, okay, let's start our descent. So we'll go Delta Quiet, we'll turn off these guys, we'll turn off auto throttle. Okay, we'll bring it back to that little triangle marking, and that should give us around 93% N2, which it is. That's perfect. Okay, so we're going to intercept 350 knots. For now, we're going to do vertical speed, and we'll do 2,000 feet a minute. Okay, then we can trim our fuel for descent.
Fuel trim to descent.
That's gonna push our vertical speed down like crazy as he moves all the fuel to the front of the aircraft. Let's just make sure these can come back to takeoff. That's fine. That must come back to climb. These guys can come back on as we head down into the colder air. Okay, so our vertical speed is going to be a little bit all over the place while he's trimming the fuel, but it should stabilize shortly. Okay, then we're done with our approach, with our descent checklist. Okay, the next question is, did SIVA actually update it all? Oh my word, it did, from 9. That's awesome. Okay, so that's interesting to know, because I thought it couldn't do that. But that is good to know. Okay, so we are now going to waypoint 6, which is Robben Island. So now let's take our direct 2, because we're going to use that for navigation. We'll dial our next heading. So I said 95 will do. We'll also set that on here as a backup. And we need to now bring up our chart. So we can't actually change this frequency yet because we're using it to take us to Robben Island. But we'll dial it in on this side so that we know what it is. 109.1, like so. And our radial is 189. Cool, so there's our ILS dialed in. Okay, so we should be maintaining 350 knots, so let's bring our vertical speed down somewhat. But we don't need that anymore. Jason, you're out. Dude, thanks so much again for tuning in. You've been here for a hell of a long time. Have a good night, man. Thanks for watching. Cheers, man. Okay, we need to get this back to 350 knots, so we're gonna have to descend quite quickly. Okay, we're now subsonic, so we've just come back through the sound barrier. Okay, let's double check the weather for Cape Town. Okay, so pressure 1016 and wind still 200 at 13. Right, weather's checked. Now, just below the speed of sound, 0.98. Okay, coming up to 350 knots, so let's do IS hold. Oh, as we're going through the sound barrier again, breaking the sound barrier, speeding up a little bit too much. So, but now that we've gone for 350 knots hold, it'll sort that out. I like to set my IS to when we're descending just 1,000 feet, when we're climbing 1,000 feet up, just as a backup. So if ever we start getting off our speed, quickly just hit that so that it stabilizes us as a very shallow climb or descent, and then we can figure out what the problem is and sort it out. This makes life a bit easier. Okay, let's go throttles to idle. We now come through the thicker air. Keeping that 350 knots. Okay, we are 60 miles out from Robben Island. Can finally see land. So after 4 hours or so over the water, there's Cape Town. Well, that's not Cape Town. That's what'll be there, Alexander Bay. Don't know. Cape Town's down that way. Okay, we can dial in our ILS course so long, and we'll remember to swap this over 109.1 once we passed Robben Island. Yeah, 50 miles now from Robben Island. $26,000 feet, 53 miles. I think that seems alright. We are very heavy though. Let's see if we can dump some fuel. No idea how this works, but I guess we'll figure it out. Not sure what this does. Okay, the other thing I am going to do is go and turn this guy off so that we don't have that stuttering. We don't need it anymore. Aha, okay, so according to Colimata, the dumping system they haven't done yet. Okay, so we can't actually do that, which is fine. Ah, there's Cape Town. So yeah, according to this, we are too heavy for takeoff. I mean for landing. So I think what we might have to do is just go into this and just take some of the fuel out. Because otherwise it's just going to be impossible to land. So we'll take it down to about 25 tons. Hopefully that works. We'll be 23 miles from Robben Island. So we are quite fast still. This is a trick we can do in the Concorde, is deploy the reversers. We don't actually push any thrust, but those cups on the engines just create a huge amount of drag, which helps us to...
Should I change it?
Okay, so we should trim for landing. Right, so let's start bringing the speed down. So we want to come down to 250. Well, 240. So we've ditched the reversers now, and we've gone into vertical speed mode. There's 10,000 feet, so we can go bring the landing lights on. Alright, otherwise we are all set for our approach. So, approach. Fuel trims for landing set. Engines, we are using the auto throttle to hold 240 knots. Let's go IS hold so we can keep descending. Altitude acquire is set. Master warning panels, no warnings. QNH setting, we can do, it's 1016 for Cape Town. And we'll set that over on this side as well. Oops. 1016. Landing lights are on nose. We can now bring the visor down. Hello, baddie. We've been going for over 4 hours already, but we're about to land the damn Concorde in Cape Town, which is probably going to go quite badly because this is only the third time I've flown the Concorde, and landing the Concorde is yeah, it's something else. So, fair warning, this might not end well. I've landed it 3 times. They were all bad, but they were all survivable. So like I was saying earlier, you'll see on the right hand side in the middle of the screen, when we actually touch down on the runway, kind of over here somewhere, it will pop up with the landing rate. Anything less than 500 feet per minute I'll be happy with. That'll be a decent landing. Okay, so nose and visor are down. Landing gear we will put down in a bit. Okay, coming up to Robben Island now, which is there in front of us. So as we pass over that, we will turn. This is our approach. So as we come in over Robben Island, we're going to turn left to 95 degrees, intercept this ILS here somewhere at 3,000 feet, and then ILS runway 19 into Cape Town International. That is the plan. Okay, fuel on board, we're still quite heavy, but let's hope that's okay. We should be less than 19, but as we level off, we're going to burn a lot of fuel on the approach, so that's cool. Okay, there we go. Let's turn this off, so we'll turn right to our turn left to our heading of 095. We can also slow down to 200 knots. Let's go vertical speed down 1000, set. Can we smoke in this plane? Yeah, you can actually, because the Concorde is pretty old, so you could smoke. However, at the moment no smoking is on because we're in the approach phase. So during the cruise, 100% you could smoke on Concorde back in the day. Right, let's set our ILS frequency 109.10. There we go, and our runway coastline is already set 189 degrees. So we are looking down here. We want to line up that little yellow bar with that one there, and we want to keep that triangle where it is once we intercept the glide slope and the localizer. Right, so we have a bit of an issue in that we've descended below 3,000 feet, which is not what we wanted. So let's just sort that out, which is actually perfect because we'll burn off some fuel. Spooling the engines up, 89%. Okay, if we can get the fuel below 19 tons, we're at 23 at the moment. That's ideal for our landing. Okay, let's go gear down.
Gear coming down.
And lift our seat up. Okay, well, what I've just done now to look this way is going to mess up my seat, but we'll sort that out in a bit. Okay, gear down for green. That's great news. Let's start working towards this ILS. Okay, glide slope is alive. ILS is now alive as well. So let's see if we can intercept that nicely. Come on, heading bug, work with me. Okay, let's arm the localizer, and we'll arm the glide slope as well. Right, so like I said, we are going to come in fast in this aircraft. It's 190 knots approach speed, slowing down to about 170 on final, and probably around 150, 155 touchdown. Craig says, loving the stream so far. All these controls look super complicated, but easier than the O1V. Not wrong there. This is just the pilot station. We also have the flight engineer station, which is, yeah, something else. That should be set to approach. I might as well double check this. Brake fans on. That's all good. Let's go through our checklist. Okay, gear down and locked. Fuel trim to landing, that's done. Autopilot and auto throttle will disengage automatically at 180 feet radio. Throttles to idle, we'll do that ourselves. And then he will call out ground contact. After ground contact, derotate. and enable thrust reverses. Okay, let's bring it down 190 knots on the approach speed. Obviously we have to be in the clouds. Okay, we're on the glide slope now. So the autopilot will bring us in perfectly on the ILS to 180 feet radio, and then we have to fly it from there and do our best to touch down smoothly. I must admit, I'm a little bit nervous. So the thing I want to point out to you about the Concorde, let's jump outside. Look at the angle that we're flying at. So what makes it so, because this is going to get worse, the alpha is going to get even more. So we're sitting all the way up there, and you know, 10 meters below you is the landing gear, so it's really difficult to judge how close your landing gear are to the runway. The angle is so hectic, we actually have this nose that bends down like that during landing so that we can see where the hell we're going, because normally the nose is straight up and then you can't see anything. Okay, let's come down to 170. This is where it starts getting really interesting. We're coming up to 2,000 feet. In fact, we're a little bit overweight, so 170 is a bit slow. Right, let's jump outside again. Look at this angle. That's crazy. So the angle of the gear should be slightly to the back, so that's correct. And the angle is so bad that it's so common to strike the tail that it actually has a little tail wheel at the back, which we're going to do our best to not use. So far, I've always used it, except for my last landing, well, my last practice landing. Whew, right, here we go. Okay, so the plane is flying at the moment. We have auto throttle on, autopilot on, which is flying the localizer, which keeps us laterally aligned, and it's flying the glide slope, which keeps us vertically aligned. But at 180 feet, those will automatically disconnect, and then it is all up to us. Okay, we can also now turn on the taxi lights, just to make the inevitable fireball even more conspicuous. Alright, so watch that landing rate on the right hand side. Anything less than 500, because I'm not going to see it. I'm going to be concentrating too hard, so you're going to have to tell me what it says. Anything less than 500 will be good. Okay, so there comes 400 feet. At 180 it's going to disconnect the auto throttle and the autopilot, and then we have control.
200 feet.
There we go. It's all ours now.
Autopilot off.
100.
Okay, so we're listening to those radio calls.
30. 40. 20. Contact.
Okay, that's us on the ground. De-rotate, let's get the nose down. Okay, reversers are engaged. Let's go full reverse. That really wasn't bad. That really wasn't bad. I think I might have bounced a little bit, so there might have been 2 landing rates. So if there were 2, then the first one is the important one. Okay, we're now below 100 knots. We're at 70, so we can use the brakes. Yeah, we're all going to crash and burn. We didn't crash and burn. We are safely on the runway. Whew. Okay, so we made it. Okay, we'll do after landing checklist as we come off the runway. But let's ask our flight engineer to trim the fuel for the ground. So Craig, did you see the landing rate there? Because it doesn't pop up for me on my screen, it's only on the stream. so I don't actually normally with the other planes I get a chance to just look over there when it happens, but this is a bit too intense. Right, there we are, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Cape Town International in the Concorde. This is honestly the coolest plane ever. It really is. And I don't see how I'm going to go back to flying 737s and Airbuses and stuff after I've done this. Really is something else. Okay, we'll align ourselves on the taxiway. And then we'll sort out lights and all of that stuff. Okay, so reverses are off, fuel's trimmed to ground. So let's go, no smoking, seatbelt signs off, landing lights can all come off, taxi lights can stay on. Right, so after landing checklist complete, and next obviously we will shut down the engines. We don't need all 4 engines to taxi in, so let's shut down 2 and 3. We could also go ahead and turn off these guys. Right, then all of these flashing things are not going to work because we are done. Salt in the house, boys. Nice landing. I'm pretty chuffed with that. I'm not going to lie. That was pretty cool. What I'll do is once we get to the gate, I'll quickly do a replay and we can watch it from outside and see, because I think I might have bounced a little bit. But I'm not gonna lie, I'm pretty stoked with that landing. That was definitely the best Concorde landing I've done so far. Right, then because we've turned that off, let's turn off the generators for those engines. And we'll turn off the... sorry, those should have been on during the flight. Oops. Okay, but this can come back to normal. Brake fans definitely need to be on. Why did I turn that off? Alright, so after 4.5 hours, from Senegal down to Cape Town, Mach 2 in the cruise. What an awesome aircraft this is. It's a real handful in the landing and the takeoff. I'll be honest, I've never flown another aircraft where you're so busy, but it really makes it interesting. I don't think I've ever felt so much of a kind of sense of accomplishment with landing an aircraft properly as I have with this one. So yeah, I'm definitely going to be flying this a lot more. Hopefully you guys enjoyed watching the Concorde flight. So if you weren't here earlier, we did have an X-plane crash, which means we had to kind of start again. But I guess in 2 separate legs, one starting from Senegal and then getting halfway and then starting again from Luanda. We have made it all the way from Dakar down to Cape Town International. And we'll do a replay of the landing now. I just want to see from the outside if I did bounce. Because I think I did just bounce a little bit. But the main thing I want to make sure is that I didn't strike the tail. I want to try and not use that tail wheel if possible. Okay, so we're going into gate Alpha 5, which is coming up. So let's go taxi lights off. There's Alpha 6. And we want to be below 10 knots for a 90-degree turn like this. Also, you got to remember with Concorde, your nose wheel is like a few meters behind where the pilot sits. So it's quite interesting to judge the turns. I wonder if the auto gate system is actually going to work. Looks like it is. Oh. Oh yeah, it's picking up, I think. No, it just says C. Well, we'll see if it tells us to stop. Oh, there we go, 20 meters, 90 meters, so it is picking us up. 15, jeez, it's taking us very far forward. It's taking us very far forward. Okay, yeah, this is not how we should be doing this, but we'll listen to it anyway. Okay, so something to be aware of in the future. The auto gate system doesn't play so nicely with Concorde. Let's jump out and see. Okay, no, to be fair, it did stop us right on the line. Yeah, once again, because that wheel is so far behind you, our nose is all the way over the road. But I don't think we would stop that far forward because look how far our door is away from the jetway. So we probably should have stopped on that line. So yeah, I'm not surprised it doesn't know what to do with Concorde because they didn't fly into Cape Town except once. So no surprises there. Okay, before we shut down the engines so that we still have engine sound, let's quickly go and do a bit of a replay. And hopefully this doesn't crash X-Plane because it has a habit of doing that. You back. So Jason, we had a pretty successful landing, so we're going to go back and just replay it and see exactly how it went so we can watch it from outside. Okay, here we go. So I think I did bounce a little bit, but we'll check it out. So the angle's good. If those wheels are flat or slightly up, it means we're at a good angle. So now we're going to flare a little bit. No, we didn't bounce. Derotate. That's a pretty solid landing. I want to go back and see if we did end up touching the tail wheel. I think we might have just used the tail wheel a little bit. Okay, so the alpha's good, the angle's really good. But does that 6 out of 10 for my 4th Concorde landing. Okay, do we touch the tail wheel on the ground? I mean, which isn't super bad, that's what it's there for. It's just better technique to not use it. Okay, so we then let it sink down onto the runway. Yeah, it does touch. But only for a little bit. That's what it's there for. So, yeah, not perfect. Maybe 6 out of 10 is correct. After that, we do derotate nicely. But I mean, do you guys see what I mean by the angle that you're touching down at? It's mental. And how high you are off the ground. Also, and this is real speed. Okay, so thrust reverse is on. And we slow down nicely. Okay, I'm pretty happy with that landing. Yeah, definitely not perfect. But a lot better than the other ones that I've done. Okay, so we'll shut down engine 1. Like so. And then we will get our ground crew to connect the ground power. Which means we can then... So let's turn that guy off. Now that we have the ground power connected, we can shut down engine 4. Right, now let's go through everything that we need to turn off. Auto throttles can all come off. These are all off already. Nav lights, anti-collision lights off. Those are set to climb, that's fine, those are already off. All of that can come off. Circuit breakers. It's going to complain about each one, unfortunately. Okay, these can come off. Those can stay... no, these two come off. Those can stay where they are. Lights are all off. Okay. That set to radio is correct. Power that off. Which it is. This we should have turned off when we came off the runway. Then all 3 INS standby. That's not where I wanted to go, that's where I wanted to go. Okay, these should all be closed, these should all be shut, these should all be off. Okay, those are all closed. Right, these can come off, so can the D-air. Same for that one. What's beeping like that? Oh, the jet bridge is connecting. I mean, we made it work for it, let's be honest, but it's connected. Okay, these we can shut. Same with these inlet valves, that's all off. Okay, engine feed pumps all off. Looks so wrong. Yeah, that angle is crazy, eh? But that's 100% how it's supposed to happen. Okay, that's all off. And then hydraulics. Before we do those though, oops, we need to bring the nose all the way up. So we'll wait for that to come up, and then we will turn off all the hydraulics, turn off the batteries, and then we are done. 4.5 hours. I keep doing that, what a baddie. 4.5 hours. Pretty decent stream. I'm super stoked with that landing. I don't care if Jason thinks it's only a 6. For my 4th landing, I'm really stoked. Okay, those are all off. That should be open. That should be auto. Right, batteries can come off. We're still on the ground power, so the lights will stay on, but that is it for this flight. I will check that everything is off. Alright. I don't think there's anything else we need to set. That all looks good. Those are all correct. Okay. Cool, guys. Well, first stream on the Concorde, only my 3rd flight. Make sure you turn the radio off or the battery will die like my car. No, the battery in your car dies because you fall asleep with your heater on. Would have given it an 8 if you bounced for style points. Okay, well then I'm just gonna not consider your rating valid since you don't know how to rate landings. But thanks for coming back to check that replay. Anyway, yeah, that brings us to the end of the stream. I think that's the longest one I've done so far. Yeah, 4.5 hours, definitely. But we are most definitely going to be flying the Concorde some more. This is by far my favorite aircraft now, so we're going to see this a lot more on the stream. I think next time we'll go from Cape Town back to Senegal and then up to Heathrow, and maybe we'll do some of the Speedbird Concorde 1 routes into JFK. And we can do some of the Air France routes as well. Because I mean, a lot of people when they, well, almost everyone when you think Concorde, you think British Airways, but Air France also flew them. Alright, before I say goodbye, as always, cue up the outro. Cool guys, thanks so much for watching, much appreciated. Just so Jason doesn't shout at me, if you enjoyed watching the stream, don't forget to like and subscribe. And what's the other thing? Oh yes, click on the notification bell so that you get a notification next time I go live or upload a video. Right, thanks so much for watching again, appreciate the support, and good night. Bye bye now.